Press the stream info button again, just in case, because zero trust for any of this system, as per usual. So it's been a little bit since we played Hive Jump. It has since gone into 1.0, as you might be able to gather from the title. Crazy concept, I know. Me actually noting these things down. You can also see it down there. I did spend a couple of our amber on upgrades, because apparently I had some left over. And I think some of these upgrades are just straight up new in general. This menu looks different than I remember it being. But again, it has been a little bit, so being able to tell the difference there, you know, bit of either or on that one, really. And there are a couple new weapons, I do believe, since the last time we played. Whether we'll see any of them today is question mark. I think we've already done maxed out pulse rounds, spread shot, and flamethrower. I don't think we've done maxed out mag slugs yet. And this will benefit some of the things I'm trying to unlock. So we'll see if we can get away with this. We'll start on difficulty 0 because I'm getting my feet back under me for this game. Oh hey, there's transmissions and everything. Neat. Captain, we're aware your mission has failed. The nuclear detonation you intended... it does actually move on its own. Well, never mind. Because I didn't touch anything, that just moved along on its own. And before I had a chance to finish reading it, after actually reading it the first time. But that's nice. I'm glad there's, like, more plot information now. That's always good to see. Okay, spacebar is the jetpack button. The most notable thing I got by getting the extra upgrades, by the way, other than the upgrades themselves, is our jetpack heals us a little bit now. So that's nice. Gee, I wonder, do I want shoes, or pickup range? Probably the shoes. Because with our slow rate of fire, moving faster is going to be kind of important so we can keep away from the death. Incendiary pinwheel is fun, but I'm going to say no to all of these. None of these are what I'm looking for, so I'm going to risk it. Don't get me wrong, risking it, probably a bad idea. Am I doing it anyway? Of course I am. When don't I take the foolish choice that will either work out really well or near guaranteed work out terribly? It's almost like that's just the standard behavior for me. I'll line up a bunch of them so we can start chewing through them with the piercing. There you go. We definitely want more gun damage. Our gun already does a good whack of damage, but you can never have it hitting too hard. There we go. Just purchase that for the moment. I don't want to upgrade quite yet. I want the second shot more than I want the stronger shots at the second. This way we have more coverage. That's probably how I'm gonna rule this in general, is just keep raising the amount of mag slugs we have independently until we're filled up, then I'll start upgrading it. Because I think the last time we tried to do the mag slug run, I had went for upgrading one of them a lot. And that didn't work out because we just couldn't keep up. Because like with some of the weapons, quality over quantity makes sense. In this case, I think quantity over quality is going to be better. An argument can be made for the cryo beam, but I'm gonna keep to the meme. Ooh. That's tempting though. Because I do want to try out the 6-shooter, because I don't think we had that available before. I want to say that's new. It's too expensive to reroll again, so we'll just accept my fate. I also forgot to do a thing here, so give me 1 second. There we go. That should take care of that. Technically, there's other things I forgot to do too. Hey there, Pazzy. And yeah, Hive Jumper's pretty good. It's a good one, and it came out in 1.0 like 10 days ago. I just was too busy to cover it on day of. Otherwise, I would have. So I forget what I was doing 10 days ago, but I definitely was already in the middle of something else. I forgot I couldn't jump over those. Which makes sense because they come from a flying enemy. Ah, well. This is what the derusting is for. Hey, it's on the list, and that's the important part. I'll just take that hit just to get to the other side. Now, a smart man would take the overshield, but I'm just gonna fish for... There we go. Got exactly what I wanted. Yes, we'll go ahead and combine those two. And we'll go with still only having 2, but 2 stronger ones for the moment. The opportunity was too good on that one. I could have waited till the next shop came around, but we should be fine. He says, lying to himself. I'm not gonna be trying to do any fancy nonsense here, like trying to rush the hives or anything. Not till I get my feet back under me as to how the movement feels and everything again. We're just gonna try to get like max attack range and things like that going. Exactly. I know exactly what I'm doing. And remember, whoever says they know exactly what they're doing is usually the one who has no idea what they're doing. There's your peek behind the curtain, as usual. Scoop up all the things. Yes, I want jetpack cooldown. But yeah, for those who haven't seen this, the main additional gimmick is that jetpack meter you saw in the upper right, which keeps you off the ground for a little bit, which will keep you away from generally everything, barring what you saw happen a moment ago with the flyers, is, you know, they are also flying, so you can't exactly jump over something that's already flying. Yeah, I had a feeling, but I don't have a dash or anything. The best I could have done was jetpack away, and we don't have much jetpack speed at the moment. So I didn't figure that was going to work out, regardless of how I did that. And it's just, we miss out on a bonus. What a shame. Not really stressing anything today. Cause it ain't worth worrying about. If I could punch, I would. It would absolutely boost straight up to them. What's up, Snork? Yep, don't have as much jetpack fuel as I think. Gotta remember that, too. Nah, don't care. You can try to push that narrative all you want, Snork. I'm just gonna laugh at you every time. Nope, another rubbish set. Doesn't have what I want. And then yeah, keep giving me more gun attack speed while I'm in the air. Because the rare times I do jump, I want it to speed me up if I can. And rare times being rare times I maintain the jump, as opposed to just using it to hop away from things. But as you saw there, even the tiny bit of movement speed you get from basic jetpack isn't enough to outspeed a projectile. You really want to get some movement speed upgrades if you're going to try to do things like that. Just hop over them, circle around, and pick up the goo, because we need the goo to buy things at the shop. Actually, yeah, I want more range. Because it pierces, I believe, basically infinitely, so as long as it's got range to keep traveling, it'll keep on traveling through the crowd. Nice, line that up. I mean, I don't think the odds are modified in any way by the response, but yes, you're correct. This is a real statement. But I don't think the words are a modifier on that necessarily, aside from my own hubris, which is a constant. This is another case of, if I were a smarter man, I would take this cryo beam that's really high ranked in a heartbeat. But I'm doing the meme again, so of course I'm not taking the right choices. There we go. Come on, give me another mag slug. Why must you mock me, game? Why are you like this? Oh, absolutely. You can say anything is whatever you want it to be, and in your own little reality it'll be true. It just becomes a matter of whether your reality is the prevailing one at the time or not. Now, where is the target hive? Ah, that way. I see the ping. Now, what kind of hive is it? Challenge hive. Okay, easy peasy. There we go. Hive destroyed. I'm alright other than that headache, but I'll be fine. How about you? We probably can't take this Apex Hive right now. I'm just gonna pass through. Or, correction, we can, but it will be dangerous and it will take multiple waves worth of time to get through, so it's probably not worth it right now. Because I will be basically spending like 2 or 3 waves dancing around enemies trying to clock damage on it, and since I don't have control over where my shots are firing, it's a bit of a crapshoot. Which I don't remember if this is one of the ones that has manual aiming or not. I believe it does, but I don't remember how to activate it if it does. Ow, ow, ow. There go my ankles again. Ah, this will actually be fantastic as soon as I get out of this shop. I saw a very good thing laying on the ground. Kaboom! That'll take care of everything that was on screen at the time, and of course, you know, they all get replaced, but it still cleaned the screen for a little bit. There went another explosion. Yeah, exactly. Fuckery ensues with the weather, as always, so... the body gets grumpy. It's a very minor one, which is why I'm live still. Otherwise, I would have been like, nope, fuck this. I'm just gonna ignore reality today. Ah. Sorry to hear about you missing the meeting, but hopefully bringing breakfast will sort that out. I'm just keeping an eye on a couple things for tomorrow. So if you see me disappear from the game for a second, that's why. I'm bouncing around, trying to keep the ball rolling. At least you have a game plan for trying to balance things out, though. That's the important part. Is it's happened. There's nothing to be done about it having happened, so now the play is just do what you can to make the situation better. Or both. You could be a monster because you're on a diet. I've certainly seen that happen to people before. You know, this wave count is getting kind of upsetting. Da 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 da, just leading my parade again. Da 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 da, just leading the parade again. Da 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 da, everything wants me dead. I got plenty of money to cycle for a bit here. There we go. Better. I think I can afford a decent one still if I roll one more time. And I didn't get one. Well, we still got a purple, so we're getting there. The hardest part's just gonna be getting enough mag slugs to show up. That is true. Plenty of good options for sweets and plenty of bakeries. Where is the zone? That purple field you see there, by the way, is the healers you saw the prompt for. Everything in that area, other than me, gets healed. Because obviously they won't heal us. They're using weird alien healing, and our biology doesn't handle that. Now, trying to kill everything within this zone in this corner is going to be really bad for me. But I'm going to do it anyway. There we go. That was a really dangerous zone for that. But these are usually worth it. Like the 80% enhanced crit chance while jetpacking, for example. Now, mind you, that's an 80% enhancement of the existing rate, not 80% on top. But that's still going to be more than enough to get us over 100. While jetpacking. We're not using utility items, nor are we using grenades, so this entire set is garbage. Keep raising that crit chance. So we basically should be critting like every shot while we're in the air now, which will give us a good utility for using the jetpack other than dodging. There's a couple out there like that, so I'm not sure exactly which one you found. We definitely went through a period where Lovecraftian theming was incredibly popular. And it still is holding a bit, but there was just like a couple month period where it was like massive for a bit, and everybody was making a game with that look to it. And then it's kind of just gone back to normal again. It's kind of like that phase where like everything had zombies in it for a while. Because, you know, we're always going in those phases. Those phases will always exist. That's the thing, is I don't believe there's actually a proper trademark on the names, necessarily. So it's not actually as protected as you might think. I say that because a lot of things have used the exact names and such, especially of the various elder gods and such. And they haven't had any problems, and they obviously did not have specific licensing, so... I believe it might even be in a similar situation somewhat to the situation with a lot of literature or that has been laying around for a while, in that I don't think it's quite public domain, but it's like in a weird limbo state near that. Like if the estate really gets upset about it, they can get uppity about it, but that's about the extent of it. There's not any active protection for it. I believe Arthur Conan Doyle's properties, like basically Sherlock Holmes specifically, because that's the main thing on that one, is in a situation where you can kind of do whatever you want with it, but their estate can pop up and be like, hey, how about you don't do that? And they do have grounds to be an issue on that score. But I believe there is an option to pay royalties to those various estates and such to be like, yeah, nope, you can do this then, go for it. And avoid that issue in the first place. I obviously don't know the entire situation with these things. This is just my perception of the situation I've seen with people using likenesses and names and things like that of things involved with those worlds. Yeah, there's always plenty of that, too. Oh wait, I still had a green mag slugs, didn't I? So I could have upgraded that. Mine wandered and I did a stupid. This is fine. It'll be absolutely fine. We're not getting this Vanguard Hive, though. Its health has increased too much. Because their health increases wave by wave, which is why you kind of want to quash them early if you can. It's just a slight stumble on the stairs. It's fine. I'd be shocked if I didn't make any of those today. Considering it's been months since I played this and I am not at peak performance today. Honestly, the fact that I'm still alive at all is mostly attributed to me being on difficulty 0 at the moment. Yeah, that's true. Not in this case, but yes. I also should have saved that magnet for later because there wasn't much laying around at the moment. There's a bit because there's things off screen that have died to how far our shots travel. But nothing too major there. Just for sake of kaboom. That was a lot of bombers and I'm happy to see them gone. Though, as you can see, this whole wave basically is bombers, so that's a thing. Oh, bombers and occasional healers. Which is a weird decision, all things considered. There we go, now it's different. I was gonna say, I'm not sure you should bother bringing healers to what is essentially a wave of self-destruct enemies. That's not really gonna help them. I mean, sure, you might be able to buy them time to get in range, but you ain't fixing the fact that they blow up. They're not coming back from that. I hate to break it to you, but that's not how that works. They keep really trying to tempt me with those rocket rounds. And I can't say that it isn't working. It just hasn't completely worked yet. Oh, there we go. I'm gonna purchase that rather than combining, because that is still a much more significant power boost than just getting the next tier up would be at the moment. Because we basically raised that one 2 tiers instead of just raising the other one 1 tier. Now we're less reliant on just one of our guns. I don't really need more crit chance because we're already over 100%. Like, obviously, the fact that you can go over 100% tells you that there is a reason to do so, most likely. But I'm not gonna go for that over other things now. Because that's still damn good odds at that point. Okay, the data transmitter is up there. We might be able to get away with doing this. Depends on where exactly it's positioned. Not the biggest fan of this, but might be doable, because it is at least choke pointed off in front of us. There we go. I mean, that's not inaccurate, yeah. From a purely logical perspective, necromancy is arguably a positive thing. It just really depends on how necromancy works in the world at question. Is like where the ethical issue with necromancy usually comes up is how much free will the undead have once they're created. Is like, if you bring somebody back from the dead and they're functioning as if they were the person they were before they died, that sounds fine to me. I mean, obviously there's issues with longevity and things like that that may start coming up, and questions as to who does and doesn't get brought back, and it starts becoming a whole thing there. But what I'm saying is frequently necromancy is slavery with extra steps. And that's usually where the big bugaboo with necromancy usually comes in. And, you know, the whole raising an undead army to attack something usually kind of upsets people. That tends not to fly very well either. But it also lands in the same category of, well, most of that undead army probably doesn't have free will to begin with either. So, it's a thing. Yeah. That's exactly the thing. there's no such thing as something that is only usable for evil necessarily. There are many things that are significantly easier to use for evil, incredibly easier to use for evil, and much better suited to it. But there is very rarely a case of a technology, an equipment item, or in this case, a school of magic that is inherently evil. That's just not a thing. It's easy to write something that way or portray something that way because it simplifies things, but that's just not how that works from a realistic perspective. Because at the end of the day, magic is a tool. There's an argument there even for poison, but yes, that is a perfect case of something that is much more inclined to be used for evil. But there are also things that would be good to get rid of. I'm not understanding your point then, because you said synthetic poison, which to my mind is you creating an artificial poison, which would then be used as a poison, unless you're talking about making it in order to make the cure for it, such as extracting the venom to then make the antidote, but you're creating a synthetic means of getting said antidote. Yeah. But that's exactly the thing, though, is you still would have to create the initial product, which has the potential for good or evil, and then you're taking it and using for the good purpose. Yeah, exactly. The tool itself has no choice to make. The tool was created by someone who had the choice to make. Therefore, all moral predilection would only be solely on the creator and those who choose to use it, not on the object. And it's important too, because the venomous snakes exist, and there needs to be countermeasures against them, otherwise a lot of needless deaths happen. If somebody does something stupid, gets bit by a snake, and if there's no cure, well, guess they're fucked. Guess that's over. But with proper venomous snake research, there could be a cure. Will they get it in time? Well, that's a whole other gamble, but at least the tool exists to fix it. It's certainly a better choice than just eradicating them entirely. As much as I'm not comfortable having them around me, they are still an important facet of ecology. Yeah, exactly. Yes, but the term synthetic just means it's an artificial version of it. That is another perfect case of predilection towards evil. Does a lot of bad, but one could argue that it's a good thing as far as using as a deterrent tool, for example, which is always a bad argument to make, but it does exist, and it has a purpose that is not inherently a negative. Because you see a minefield sign, you're not gonna go in there. There might not even be mines there. The mines themselves don't really even have to exist. But the idea of mines and the fact that mines are known to do X in this case blow limbs off, tends to discourage people going past where a minefield sign is. And we have to be honest with ourselves. There's a very rare case and a very rare potential that we will ever stop attacking each other. So mines kind of have to exist because people will consistently try to kill each other. Therefore, countermeasures like that need to exist. Also that, but they don't have to be in the form of a mine to do that. That's why I didn't use that one, is it's a specific application being brought up. But that is a good reason for explosives themselves to exist. Like, speaking specifically in the terms of why, you know, whether the landmine itself is inherently evil, which it isn't. And mind you, again, we're still in the situation of debating whether an inanimate object is inherently evil, which is a ridiculous statement to make to begin with. But it's a simple case of it has a need to exist, and it has a, at best, neutral existence. Is you gotta consider, outside of a handful of uses, a landmine cannot be used necessarily to attack someone. Like, you could throw it at them like a goddamn frisbee, but that's not really what it's built to do. It is almost solely for if someone's accessing somewhere they probably shouldn't be. Yeah, and by all means, keep trying to think of things that could solely be used for evil, because I genuinely can't think of anything. I say throw it like a frisbee, actually, because there's a Lethal Company mod that allows you to pick up landmines, and that's exactly what you would do with them, is you throw them like a frisbee at people. It's hilarious, it just unfortunately got abandoned like 3 or 4 major updates ago and doesn't work anymore. Otherwise, you know that would have made an appearance at some point. But it absolutely would fit into Borderlands as well. No questions. I can't believe that this run's actually going to end in success. Well, partial success, because we didn't actually get the max rank mag slug, so we can't actually get the unlock from that, but at least we'll have one with this jumper and one with the mag slug. And I didn't get hit by the stalactites, so we did actually get that unlocked too. We now have seismic blast that can show up. So this still had a positive result. At the end of the day, though, I should have combined one of these to rank up the slugs further. But I wanted to keep 3 mag slugs. And hey, we started on a win, which is not bad. We take those. With what I'm thinking about doing next, yes, give me higher status effect chance. I don't have a jumper that'll be inherently good for what I'm going to be trying to do here. That's what makes conversations like this fun. Is that the inherent black and white definition of good and evil has always just been kind of stupid. As much as there's no real thing you could point at and go, that's guaranteed to always inherently be evil, there's not really that many things you can point at and go, that's inherently good. That can only be used for good things. Interesting. I can kind of see that. Especially with the part about you not taking that job, but I can actually see how that would have been a potential. Okay, drops rocks from the ceiling in random places. I was gonna try to go for cryo beam, but it's put the 6-shooter right in front of me. Yeehaw, brother. We cowboys now. That's a lot more rapid than I thought the 6-shooter was going to be. This is more of a burst rifle than a 6-shooter. Maybe I should still take the cryo beam, but the 6-shooter does unlock something too. We'll see if cryo beam shows up. If cryo beam shows up, we'll pivot to it. It's just kind of silly is the thing. Like, even for a revolver, that's really, really fast. I'm pretty sure even if you're fanning the hammer, you're not gonna get it going that hard. And like, putting full auto at a revolver is like the most hilariously impractical thing. You enjoy your millisecond of firing because it's so over. It's so immediately over. You better have a lot of speed loaders on hand. It is absolutely a very funny idea, though. And yeah, that's exactly what I was picturing, Snork. Too much reality to see things in the very rose-tinted, forgiving light of God. Or, well... No, I'm not gonna make that joke because that ranges into getting into topics that I don't want to touch. Suffice it to say, there was a very different color in mind as a much worse joke for those glasses, and that's all I'm gonna say on that matter. I'm all for talking religion in a objective sense, but my feelings on religion would definitely get me in trouble in a lot of places. Yeah, exactly. And as we all know, I avoid topics like that on here like the plague, because there are plenty of people that already talk about those things. I don't need to be in that pile, and it gets too damn heavy for its own good anyway. Okay, good, I did kill that hive. To amend a statement, though, it's not so much that the topic would get me in trouble that I'm concerned about. It's more it just gets heavy and uncomfortable for a lot of people, and I just can't be bothered with it. And yes, I do need 3 revolvers, because I don't need to worry about my hands because I have drones to carry the revolvers for me. So yes, I do need 3 revolvers. If anything, I want more. Especially with how often I'm having to reload them. I need more of them. It's kind of like having a brace of pistols. You just keep pulling out another one when the first one runs out. You throw it away, pull out the next one, and keep going. It's certainly faster than reloading them. It's horrifically inefficient, but you know. And I'm never gonna see another one of them, am I? Nope. Not getting any more of them. Nope, streamer privilege. I get to make jokes faster because I don't have to type. They always give me the don't get hit one when there's bombers around that I'm not paying attention to. If you're typing with your thumbs... Oh no, you're on your phone. That makes more sense. I was about to say, if you're typing with your thumbs, I think I figured out why you're taking so long. Oh, I think I know what that is just looking at the name there. Cause that's the... Yeah, the revolver with a lot of extra chambers. It was either that or one of the ones that has a lot of extra barrels. I don't know if that's the one with 18, because I didn't sit there and count, but it does have a lot of shots. Yeah. Proof that an extended mag for a revolver isn't an entirely silly concept because somebody has done it. Even if it doesn't necessarily make the most sense or actually really work very well. But it's been done. Just like many bad ideas, it's been done. Though I don't actually know how bad an idea that really is. It probably would run into some chambering issues. Or more accurately, probably cycling issues would be the word for it. Weight would start to get a bit of an issue potentially. But if you notice, some of those cylinders there had to be out of alignment with the rest of them, which would make loading it into the barrel problematic. So as it spins, it would have to move in some way, most likely, in order to align properly. So consider, if you will, a world in which that doesn't realign correctly, and now your round is partially stuck on the edge of the barrel instead of actually fully in the barrel, and you pull the trigger. Just go with me on this journey for a moment into the world in which that happens. And, yeah. You're not having a good day. I feel like that might be one of the bigger failing points on that. At least at a glance. That kind of thing's been done a couple times. I think I know what you're talking about, but I'm not 100% off of that description. Because honestly, I never played The World Ends With You, so that connection doesn't really land for me. Like, I hear people swear up and down that it's a good game, but it just never was something I bothered to touch, so it just ends up in the same vein of, yep, that exists. Proving once again that the more popular something is, the less likely it is that I have actually any connection to it. See, now that's an interesting connection to hear. No more heroes being connected with The World Ends With You. That's actually a connection I don't think I've ever heard anybody make. Huh. But that kind of nonsense would definitely end up in No More Heroes. Yes, this checks out. Yeah, that would be a problem. That would definitely be a problem. And I'd be lying if I said I hadn't considered making that exact same joke when you brought that up. But it's better for you to have made the joke on yourself there. And that's as far into that topic we'll be going as well. Because we all understand what that meant, and that's as far as that needs to go. They can be. The game is continuing to not give me what I'm asking for, which continues to upset me. Disappointment. Well, they're trying to kill me, so that kind of is a given. They were trying to destroy all of the hives on this planet by blowing the whole planet up, but apparently they somehow managed to botch that job. So we're also just stuck here because we couldn't get out. So we're now trying to hold out till we can get out, as far as I've been able to gather. And I presume that these hives are being destroyed for a purpose. As to what that purpose is, meh. I don't go that deep. I can't be bothered. Sometimes it just ain't worth thinking about it. Gun go burr, and that's as far as my mind needs to go. I don't know about that. I don't know what the conversion rate of amber to money is. Ow, pain, ow, acid. Though, on the topic of it's not that deep, can I just say, one real thing I want to say today is people need to realize that not every statement made has to be any deeper than the words said. And I don't think I need to explain why I say that, but I'm going to anyway. And the entire explanation is 2 words. Social media. There we go. That's all I need to say on that topic. It's not that deep, and social media. There you go. Done. That's all that needs to be said. How to make a topic simple. Bam. One sentence. Done. In, out. 5-minute adventure. Where is this room that everything's supposed to die in? There it is, over there. Just gotta chew my way through the piles. There we go. Okay, good, the box did open. I thought I missed it. So things might be about to go really bad for a jumper here. Nope, we're okay. Everything's fine. Just the freeze frame as I was landing in the middle of the pile of enemies was a little bit concerning. Just full record scratch. I bet you're wondering how I got here. And how I'm going to get out of here is a bigger question. Yeah, as you might have gathered, since I'm tired today and the headache and everything, a lot of things I would ordinarily entertain as lines of thought are going to just get quashed straight out today. Because it's just like, no, I can't be bothered with this level of thought today. Just like, no. Try again another day. Yeah. Exactly. It all comes full circle. Go ahead and grab that. Because a basic one will do just fine. I'm gonna try to actually aim for max level this time because I am 90% certain there's an unlock attached to surviving with a max level 6 shooter. Now, if I wanted to be maximum efficient, I'd actually try to go for max level of multiple weapons at once. But I just enjoy the all-one weapon joke I keep doing here. Because so often it just works out. Pazzy bringing it back to cars again. Well, yeah, you just came full circle just like the tire. That's the end level of the joke there. You went around and came back. Aha! Oh, tired brain, why must you make those connections that I'm absolutely not going to talk about right now? Nope. That one I'm keeping to myself. It's not bad, but it just leads to another topic I don't want to discuss. Because it's just gonna go nowhere and no one's going to be happy. Yes, this is only single player. There are very few of this style of game that are multiplayer. Spell Brigade is multiplayer. There is at least one other one that I know of that is, and it's escaping me right now because I don't think I picked it up. Like, Undead Army or something like that, I think is. It's something with a very similar name to that, but it's escaping me right now because it didn't look that great. The only thing it really had going for it was the multiplayer. Now, Spell Brigade, though. Spell Brigade looks like it'll be a lot of fun to play the multiplayer with. Plus or minus the fact that it has, you know, friendly fire in a game of this type. I don't think I need to explain further why that's going to be an issue. Not that one. I know I can't afford it. Just lock that for the future, please. Yeah, now you understand why that's a problem. They do give you extra revives to account for the fact that your friends are going to collateral damage you within 5 seconds of the game loading. But yeah. Yeah. It's also a very cheap game and is out in early access at this point, so you know. Hint, hint. No, not at all. It's absolutely not something that has been tested in every game we've ever played at all. No. Never. That's crazy talk. Oh, that's not even the worst example of that. That one, most of us knew going into it how that worked. And if anything, for the most part, we were shockingly benign in that game. Because there were stakes enough that you kind of have to. No, to say I got very distinct Magicka vibes looking at Spell Brigade, immediately, this is exactly where the same fears come from. Of, oh hey, things are going well. Oh, well, somebody's decided it's no longer going to be going well ever again. This is a shame. And I say this as someone who is equally guilty on this score, by the way. I want to make that very clear. I fully acknowledge that I am equally guilty on this. But it is still a fact of this is exactly how this will play out. And I'm not so much a fool as to think otherwise. There we go. Combine those to get a red. Get a second red. Oh hey, there's the red mag slugs I wanted. Now that I don't want it anymore. And that's my distinct feelings on the matter, and I will not be changing that thought. You know what? There we go. Fuck it. Doing it. I've done the thing. We now have max rank 6 shooter. You can tell by the fancy bullets it's firing compared to the other one. And the fact that its bullets are flying out even faster. Am I crazy, or is there more than 6 bullets coming out of these things? They're coming out fast enough that it's hard to count them, but I feel like there's more than 6. I feel like we have favorable false advertising here. Now, a weirder line of thought that came up as a result of social media that I'm going to talk about because there's nothing really wrong with anything that's going to be discussed here, is the fact that I pointed out to somebody today, something I've pointed out a few times really, as far as the whole VTuber thing goes, and it's just that we are, as a VTuber, I'm basically a puppeteer. That is basically, we are the modern equivalent of puppeteers at this point, is we are moving a puppet around on screen as part of the show, instead of having our face be the face that's talking. The attention is drawn to a puppet we are manipulating. So for all practical terms, that is what that job becomes. And I just wanted to lob that thought out there, because I personally feel that it makes sense. Though virtual puppeteer is entirely too long a title. Ignoring the fact that many businesses have like 6-word-long titles in this day and age. I don't personally engage in the extensive title market. I feel like that could have been left back in the days of royalty being important. And we don't really need that shit anymore. Well, that's streamers in general, Snork. That's across the board. You know, we sit here all day playing video games for other people who like video games. I feel like that kind of speaks for itself there. But was it an unexpected turn, Pazzy? Let's be real here. That was the inevitable joke that was gonna happen. Better to just say the joke, get the haha, and walk away, and be done with that one. Yeah. Screen is getting awful full at this point. You would think with the amount of bullets I'm firing, we'd be able to keep better control of this situation. I'm getting concerned. This is where the 6-shooter being kind of inefficient kind of comes into play here. Is there's long periods in between where no bullets are happening. We're gonna have the same problem when I go to use the Brass Blessing as well, because that'll fire off a lot and then have a cooldown period. I remember that about it. But I do still want to do an all Brass Blessing run that actually works out with a maxed out one. So I'm curious to see what we get for that. Oh, that's a wall. Okay, that's not great. Gotta go. Different direction. Anywhere but here. I don't know where the hive I'm supposed to destroy is. I think I missed it somewhere because I got distracted. Yep, over there. I would rather upgrade to a more than 6-shooter personally. Maybe a 12-shooter. I like the idea of a 12-shooter. I'm not asking for much. I'm not asking for 24. I'll just take 12. 12's good enough. Meanwhile, somebody's aiming high. Oh, there we go. That'll work. A second golden 6-shooter is definitely applicable. Now, can I get a third one? I mean, at these ranges, you're not going to be arcing anything. You're direct firing those at this point, and I missed my reward because I had to walk away from that spot. What a shame. I should probably find a heal, because we are injured. Ah, yes. When I have no grenades, they want to give me all of the grenade options. How about no? There we go, hop over him and get out of that situation. He will die eventually. Because of the bursts on this, there's no guarantee we can actually fire the burst in a useful direction is the other big issue. What I really needed to get was more gun speed upgrades so we'd keep firing more often. But we just sadly didn't get enough of them for this to be as good as it could be. I really should have been re-rolling more of my upgrades to fish for the actual useful choices. Yeah, exactly. We understand what you want, but what about what we're going to give you? Have you considered what you're getting, regardless of what you want? I do like the weird spins we keep doing where we somehow clear an entire pile around us with a 6-shooter. It's very flashy and impressive somehow. Ow. Exactly. It's good to have dreams. It's like, but what about fulfilling them? Nah, you get to keep that. It's like, but, nope. How about this? Cool story, bro. Oh. But, nope. I would like request denied. But, This thing really just does not have much hope of winning, though. The wave around it is the real threat here. Editor's note. That 15% chance is also a lie. We made a typo in the code, and it's really a 1.5 chance. Well, they'll figure it out. Exactly. It's very much, that's a great dream you have. Let us know how it works out for you. Look at that, a 40% damage increase, and we're still just kind of chipping away at him instead of doing any real serious damage per burst. This is a thing that's happening. I went the wrong way for the heal, but we can jump over the goo to get to it. Whoop. It's a real shame that they don't get hurt by the goo, but they live here. It kind of makes sense that they don't. Well, this nest might end up being collateral damage. Or not. Oh, I went the wrong way, though. I might be collateral damage to my own stupidity. Or not. More move speed. Gotta go. Gotta be anywhere but here. I don't actually need more knockback strength, because all that's gonna do is cause me trouble. Yes, more attack speed. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I jumped over the goo to get to the good. There's no questions. There is a lot of green goo everywhere. Now they're giving me all the good upgrades, though. Look at this. All the gun damage, all the gun attack speed. The game wants this fight over with, too. And it's acknowledging at this point that it's not going to win. Or it's setting me up for a much more embarrassing defeat. One of the two. Either one will be good content. Exactly. If you want to get to the good grocery store, you gotta run through the cave, jump over the goo, walk through the spooky forest, and then ask the bear for directions. And if anybody gets what I'm talking about with that in full, I'll be very surprised, because it's actually two separate things at once. And by the time anybody asks me to explain that, I'll probably have forgotten what I was talking about. Which is gonna make it really complicated to explain anything. So anyway, 40% more gun damage, hooray! I might actually die here if I don't find another heal. I need to get away from him long enough to get that heal, wherever it may be. So I might have run out of them, which would be awkward. Alternatively, shoot gun better. Speed. Oh. There we go, there's a heal over here. So I got a little too greedy, and as you might have noticed, every time that thing hits you, it basically is about half your health. More so if you don't have any health upgrades, but it's concerning regardless. And it's getting more aggressive now that its health's getting lower. And unfortunately, since I have to be kind of close to fire the 6-shooter, it's awkward. More damage. Nope. Oh, no. Not dying to my own greed. Nope. That was almost really bad. That was almost really, really bad. But hey, we got 10,000 piercing attacks, so we get the meta progression for piercing. We got the deputy jumper, and everything's good. We now have the ability to start with the 6-shooter. Hey, it's gotta be naturally occurring funny, and I managed to dodge it, so that's just how it be sometimes. I would love to be able to get the store price reduction or the store option increaser, which we're getting close to getting the store options increased, which will be great. There's no way I'm going to be able to get enough upgrades to get Demolition Jumper, unfortunately. Because we need 9 upgrades, and there's no way with 330 E6 that I'm going to make that happen. I really spread my upgrades pretty thin. This would be nice. An additional item slot would be really nice. Then we could actually have 4 revolvers. Go ahead and get the radiation upgrade, because if we go for max tier gamma ray, which we're gonna do at some point, might not be today, might not be anytime soon, but at some point we'll do that. And there we go, an extra free reroll will also help immensely towards our goals. Yeah, -1 piercing, sad. It does have 50% more damage though, so really I feel like that works itself out. And actually, gaining attack range on level up, yes. Yes, this is actually what we're gonna take. We're not gonna stick with the 6-shooter it has, but the upgrade it gets on level is exactly what I want. Because there is something we unlock for getting the highest possible range increase. And I obviously am aiming for unlocks, so... And I believe that's a weapon unlock specifically, so... That's gonna be important. Which weapon unlocks are what I really should be focusing on, but I'm just kind of doing things and going through all the weapon-based unlocks is as good a place to start as any. Reduced piercing wouldn't be bad for rocket rounds, but we don't have the money for that anyway. There's the cryo beam. I meant to do this one before, so we'll do that one now. We'll see about like having a full set of cryo beams and see if we can get away with that. Wait. I didn't buy the 4th slot. Why is there a 4th slot? Where? Am I having a moment right now? I might be having a moment right now. I might be having a tired brain moment. Because that wasn't always there, right? And I didn't buy the extra slot yet because I didn't have it unlocked. Mystery of mysteries. The important thing is, next shop we get our cryo beam, we get rid of our 6-shooter, and we'll be the most technologically advanced cowboy on this side of the Pecos. Yes, there we go. Double cryo beam. Triple cryo beam? Aw. Asking for too much. This is why range is going to be important, though, is because it's a damage over time weapon that doesn't do a ton of damage and only hits a single target. So we're going to need a lot of beams, and 2, for them to work really fast. And from ideally starting as far away as possible. Or this is going to backfire horrendously. Let's just say it's a really good thing that by whatever means we have that 4th slot. Otherwise, this might have been a tragedy. I'm not gonna see another cryo beam, am I? Never gonna get another one ever again. Does this technically count as a utility item? I don't know. I think utility items are more obvious, because I think it's literally anything that doesn't do damage. It is, but it just has its risks, is the only thing. And you just have to be mindful of what the risks are. There's no like chaining effect or anything, so you can't send it to multiple targets at once or anything. You just have to make do with it doing what it does and hoping to God that it targets just enough of the right ones for you to not get killed. Not that I have unlocked currently. I presume when we do the max level cryo beam run, we'll probably get one that starts with it. That would be ideal for the cryo beam, but none of the bonuses any of the other jumpers we have would really have much of an impact here. As it stands, I was hoping that the 50% gun damage we have would apply enough extra damage to this for it to be meaningful. Which, fun fact, it is applying, because cryo beam damage is already really low. It's meant to be a support weapon that slows things, not a killing weapon necessarily. Because the game's not necessarily built around the idea of these goofy all one weapon runs. I shouldn't have wasted that explosion, but it's fine. You know, it's one of those, the game cannot be blamed when I'm playing in a not necessarily intended manner. But it would be entirely too easy to build sensibly, especially down here at the bottom difficulty. I'd be playing at a much higher difficulty if I wanted to play sensibly. But where's the fun in that? I'd much rather goof around. And don't get me wrong, on some of the runs we'll be doing, I'll goof on a higher difficulty. But right now, this weapon especially was not going to be one I was going to do on a higher difficulty. Yeah, there's a roster of like, I think it's like 15-ish jumpers that all start with the different weapons. There are a couple that start with the same weapon but have different bonuses. Like there's a lot. It would help immensely though if I would actually get the thing I'm looking for so we could actually make some forward progress with the build. Is we have a crazy amount of gun damage, and as you can see, it is applying because our 11 has turned into a 12. But that's not enough. They're gonna outscale us at this rate if I don't get at least another cryo beam, even if it's another basic one. As it stands, as you can see, they're already starting to last quite a while, and our input of cash is becoming steadily ineffective. kind of need to like lead the weaker ones away from the big guys. Or, you know, find a bomb. Bombs work too. Bombs always work. Gun attack speed would increase the tick rate that the beam damages at. There is an argument to be made for that, especially when it's 5% and 5%. I think going up to 20% fire speed might actually be worthwhile. Especially if it means it retargeting more often, so that more of them are slowed. Just not seeing any cryo beams. We did get the reward though, so that's good. Yes, 24% more attack range. Look at that beam range now. That will make a very big difference for how the end of this is gonna work out. I would love to sit there and freeze the hive to pieces, but that's just not gonna work out right now. Grab the other power up and just keep on chilling our way to victory. Exactly. One full tile more is definitely important. Let's re-roll. Damn it. Shouldn't have gambled, should have stuck with what I had. That's the risk you take, though. Like, look at this, though. Even the tiny enemies are living through a decent amount of the beam, which is a problem. Thankfully, we keep finding bombs to make this balance out. As long as we can keep finding those, we'll be okay. Until we can hopefully get more cryo beams. Because this basically allowed us to get a whole wave's worth of money when we couldn't kill even a portion of the wave. Really, he's just not giving me what I need, though. He's just refusing. Fuck's sake. Well, that's the thing. They're not sizzling, it's freezing, so I don't know if they would smell at all at that point. Like, you can tell that it's a pretty dramatic decrease in their speed as they get pushed all the way back to the crowd. But that's the funny thing, is since there's such a big crowd behind them, they're actually getting pushed forward by the crowd, so they're not losing as much speed once they make contact with the pile. It's actually kind of interesting how that's working out. Let's see. I don't even know why I'm looking for the target hive. I'm not gonna be able to destroy it, probably. But I gotta try. I've gotta be able to dig this run out somehow. Nope, he's just not gonna target those eggs. And that's the other problem with cryo beam only, is good luck targeting eggs if there's anything else for your beam to target. Which makes getting healing harder, getting power-ups harder, it's got problems. No one can say I'm not committed to the bid, even though it's getting to be a bad bid at this point. Oh, thank God, finally. I'm gonna have to combine this one, though, just to... No, because that's only a 4 damage increase. Probably should just take the third one. That way at least a third target's getting hit. Even though this seems like a horrific idea at this point. What I really would have needed was either upgraded cryo beam to show up or 2 green ones to show up. That's the goal, is meme runs, but boy, oh boy, is this... This is definitely the hardest one we've done. Like, without any qualifiers, this is the hardest one we've done so far. Just because of the pure lack of killing power at the moment. Like, surviving isn't too hard. Gaining any ground is the hard part. We're having a serious bit of trouble getting any money in order to buy anything. Like, I'm almost actually reliant on using the flame off of our jetpack to do damage here. Which is its own meme. Oh, pain. Like, as you can see, we are killing. Very slowly, we are killing. We're not gonna kill enough within this zone to get it done in time, though. We did hit a patch of them that were already weakened. This is the one out of the beams that you want for doing damage, is the gamma ray. And I could sidestep into all beams as an excuse, but no. I refuse to back down. Even if it means my death, I shall not back down. Ah, the hive's in here. But like, see, even with the beam locked onto the hive, it didn't take much damage. What we have to do is kind of outpace them enough that the beam will target the hive. And the only way we're doing that is with that booster, but I didn't have the positioning to really make it work. Like, we can just kind of keep doing runs past the hive like that, and that's probably the only shot we have of killing that hive before the wave's over. It's not that it's not doable, it's just gonna be really annoying. Especially since the hive itself will spawn enemies to get in the way of us doing that. There we go. Made some more headway. Like, I'm gonna be really proud of myself if we manage to win this. Oh, this is bad. This is a bad day. Gotta lead them a bit further before I try that, and we're not gonna make it, I don't think. Unless I can get in there and kill it, like, right now. Come on, come on. Nope, targeting's gonna fuck me on that one. Oh, that's such a shame. We actually got really close. If I hadn't screwed up that one run in, we would have had it. Okay. Let's go ahead and upgrade another one to that. Because we need the damage output at this point. The good news is, with all the ones from the Hive mixed in, we do have more enemies to kill. The bad news is we can't kill them worth a damn still. Start toasting more of them with the jetpack, even though it's riskier moving. This is a good hit of 40 damage to a big group of them, so it's definitely worthwhile. I don't even know if the Ice Ray can crit. I haven't seen really any yellow numbers come up. But, you know, our crit rate isn't great right now, so it's entirely believable that we wouldn't be seeing any yellow numbers. And I've been a little focused on surviving. Watching that ripple effect go through them as they turn around is actually really neat, by the way. Just like the giant wave of yellow switching to red, or red switching to yellow. Now I'll go up to 30% and see if we start seeing any yellow numbers. It's not looking like it. I could still just be getting very unlucky. That is a world that does exist. But I have my doubts. I'm pretty sure people have done a jetpack only run, by the way, where they just use the flame from their jetpack. Which, that sounds like pure pain at that point. Because even if you went for, like, all shields instead of weapons, that still would be just misery, I feel. Because this is already kind of miserable. At least we're up to 3 blue cryo beams, though. Ugh. How much does this upgrade to be? That is a 7 damage increase. And a slightly faster cooldown, higher range. Their move speed goes down more. But that's 1 less target for half again the damage. No. I'll keep the 3 blues. Because as you can see, when there's not a ton of targets and it can focus more than 1 beam on something, it actually is really effective. Problem is, there's not really a case like that very often, and us getting the increased range has actually bit us a little bit as far as that goes, because we consistently have targets in range because of the range increase. Which, hindsight being 2020, that is of course going to be a bit of an issue. I was thinking purely in terms of trying to keep at arm's length. But that has actually backfired somewhat. And thinking about it more, I really should have considered that, but... well, you know, that's the benefit of hindsight. You get to see your hindquarters getting kicked. And understand why. Just keep looping them around the circle here. Looping, looping, looping. We are starting to make more headway, though. I'm hearing more consistent enemy deaths from the 3 blue lasers. So, it's getting somewhere. Is that anywhere good? That's a whole other question mark. But at least it's getting somewhere. we sadly don't have the benefit of the exploding enemies hurting their friends. Otherwise, we could use that to our advantage. That is so many shots coming our way. Look at that. Look at that spread of death just flying in our direction. You know, I kind of wish I had stuck with my initial reaction now of taking the rocket rounds. But we're committed now. Like, we've gone too far to turn around now. Imagine if that spray of bullets hit me as I reset. That would have been so bad. Just like, hey, how would you like a really embarrassing death if after all of the work you put in? Wouldn't that be great? It's like, have you considered that maybe that wouldn't be great? Have you considered just no? Not that at all. Get memed on, bugs. You have no hope of catching me. Unless I do something stupid. Which, good news for you, I'm gonna do something stupid here in a minute, probably. Me trying to kill you faster. The fact that we're gaining range on level is what's messing with me a little bit. Again, the idea that that was a positive is still true, but it's also a negative. It's proving to be way more of a double-edged sword than I had intended it to be. Which is certainly making this situation awkward. Like, I kind of need to just, like, keep the wave at screen edge as much as I can, just so certain things get hit a bit more. That's a workable strategy, even if it's not necessarily the strategy I want. Ow. You know, as much as I would ordinarily love to say I prefer to choose life, I feel like there's entirely too much evidence stacked against me in that line of thought. Come on. Come on! I already had both of those before. Why are you like this? Damn it. I was trying to bait it out by not being able to afford it, and it still didn't play ball with that idea. Got very much a you fucking thought, huh? Out of that one. Keep raising our attack speed so that the tick rate goes up, and hopefully that becomes workable at that point. Oh, this is gonna be the longest run today, I think, just because killing the Crusher is gonna take forever. Apparently. She's like, you are not getting anything. You are just not allowed. The desire sensor's in full effect, and just fuck you. Hang on. I need to know. That is what I thought. Manual aim shoot is right click. that's gonna help. I think my clicking is making things happen. No, I think this might be one of the weapons that doesn't actually interact with manual aim at all. An attempt was made and placebo effect occurred initially, but I think it's a lie. Like, for a brief and shining moment, I thought I had changed the course of my fate here. The answer to that is no. Because don't get me wrong, if I could focus these beams on something, they're effective. It's just... my beams are as scatterbrained as I am. They don't understand the meaning of the word target prioritization. I don't know what a tiger is either, but that's neither here nor there. You know, if they're tracking item selections, the data from me must be so confusing. I just realized just how weird that must look. Like, why are they just passing up literally everything? We're making sure they get good upgrades and they're just ignoring them. What is this? What is this fool doing? Yep, here's the problem, child. Hello, Crusher. We don't even have max level cryo beam. We don't even have above blue level cryo beam. Look how distracted these beams are getting. This is just not happening. I'm actually just gonna accept death here just so we're not here for half an hour, or I think. Because we are really going to be fighting this thing for a long time. Again, unless I can get him separated. I'll try to separate him, and if I can't, then I'm just gonna leave it be. And just accept the death. I did want the magnet in there. I wasn't jumping to my death yet. I was hoping the magnet would get me enough to get a level that would potentially lead to something. Yeah, with the spawn rate, I can't even do what I'm trying to do here, which is back up far enough to get something to the edge of beam range. Yeah, but see, even with the beams focusing on him, his health bar's barely moved. So, no. To the void! Bleh. This is the problem with that idea. Hey, warrior woman, how you doing? Welcome to the meme that didn't work out. It was a good plan that RNG decided no. Other than RNG thumbing his nose at me, though, everything's been going great. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. You know, a bit of grenade damage probably wouldn't be a bad idea. The fact that I don't have any of that is kind of just sacrilege. That's always good to hear. Yeah, see, 3 max equip slots, so why did we have the 4th one? Very confusing. Oh hey, literally just stay where I started and kill a few things and we get a bonus. I feel like this is the game saying sorry for what it did to me in the last round. Which also makes me wonder how it's gonna stab me in the back later. I'll take this and I'll actually try to focus on killing hives because that will be very productive if it works. Keyword to that being if it works, though. Damage. We aren't going for Cryo Beam again right now, though. We are going to do something else. I picked the Gunslinger again, mostly to see if we got that 4th slot again somehow. No, we only have 3. Did I collect something that gave me an extra slot and just immediately blanked over it? I'm not sure. We already did the flamethrower bit. We tried incendiary pinwheels before and it didn't work out very well. Yeah, you know what? This is a bad idea too. Sure. We'll try a different bad idea. So as you can see, these are not resoundingly effective unless you line them up really well. Once we get a bunch of them, I think it's gonna start going crazy. If each individual one lets you place more pylons. At the very least, this might be really funny. It's kind of sad that this is still managing to already be more effective damage-wise than the Cryo Beam. Oh, now more Cryo Beams show up. Too late, game. Get that out of my face. Yes, there we go. Oh! Right, because it's a utility item, so I can only have one of these. Well, it is, but it isn't. If you're too fast, it's gonna be really hard to actually align those pylons in a useful way, because you're gonna have them off screen and have no idea where they are anymore. The fact that this is only a utility item, though, makes going for nothing but those hard. Because that basically means I'm only allowed to have one of them. So I guess it's a one-slot wonder this time. And we actually want all the utility upgrades instead of gun bonuses this time. Shows how often I've used this thing that I didn't even consider that it was a utility item, not a weapon. Since it deals damage, I just assumed it was a weapon. But it also makes perfect sense for it to be a utility item. So we want things like utility magnitude, which also means the 50% gun bonus we started with is completely useless for this. So there's always the option of I just pivot off of this and save the electric fence plan for a different jumper. Which may not be my worst idea. Yeah. Physically, you can use 3 of anything. Like, I could have all 3 of these right now that are on screen right now. But that's not how I've been playing. That's where the issue comes in. I've been trying to use only one thing and have that be all 3 slots. But for utility item, you can't do that. That's where the issue's coming in. It doesn't work for the meme. Seismic Blast is gonna have the same problem, because it turns out that's a utility item as well. Which is unfortunate, because that was the one I was gonna pivot to. I mean, I guess I could just go 3 utility items. Yeah, I guess I'll negotiate myself to that then. Just no weapons, only utilities. See this gun in my hand? This gun doesn't exist. It's just for show. This is such a weird setup though, because everything I'm using is so jank. You know what the worst thing is? I'm doing this after getting the thing that makes me deal more damage with guns and grenades per hive destroyed. So I literally picked a completely useless, very powerful upgrade for what I'm doing. We have fun here. The YouTube comments are gonna be screaming. And I'll just be laughing the entire time. I mean, going all utility, I technically could take the overshield, but the overshield's quitter talk. That's the easy way out. It's already long since proven how busted the shield is. It's like, oh hey, would you like to just not die? There you go, have a really powerful shield. Keep raising our utility speed. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't think all utilities is actually a bad build. It's gimmicky, but I don't think it's gonna be bad at all. As you can see, Seismic Blast, for example, is actually pretty potent. The only downside to it is the fact that it's a bit random, though it's not very random at all as it's shown so far. Well, it's less so much that you lose big damage and more you literally, unless you walk into death for a very long time, basically can't die on 0 difficulty. So it just is completely pointless is to worry about anything at that point. There's no danger anymore. There's no thrill without any danger attached to it. At that point, I may as well just turn it into an idle game and just walk away for a few minutes. It's in the game will play itself. Now, on higher difficulties, the shield is arguably necessary. And that's where the difference comes in there. These things are to just be fast enough and hit hard enough that you kind of need the buffer. I was trying to be sneaky and be like, can I have it at a different level and it'll be okay? No. Yeah, the game doesn't approve of that. Now, I know we can get, like, the rejuvenation field. And I might be able to do something with that angle. So I think that's the only other utility we have. So in order to fill out our 3rd slot, I would need to grab that one. Look at how many spikes we drop with that. That is getting so ridiculous. Now, as far as the YouTube upload goes, I might just send this one up as is. Because most of the runs have been decent length. But I don't think there's anything really notable that happens in any of them in particular to make them worthy of having as separate concepts, if that makes sense. Like, obviously, they're all completely different builds aside from the failed Cryo Beam run, so there would be more than likely 2 Cryo Beam attempts today. Each of them have been a separate concept. I just don't think the concepts themselves are unique enough to worry about. I don't know if crit chance applies to our utilities, but fuck it. The rest of those choices weren't really useful either. I'm just gonna run through death for a moment to make sure I got more money. Okay, there we go. Better seismic blast. Oh yeah, I should actually be using this concept. We have banish charges. I keep not using them, even though I absolutely should be. Because ordinarily I consider that to be taking the easy way out. Because you then lower your pool and make it very easy to get what you're looking for. But with our goal being as narrow as it is, I'm going to go ahead and use those banish charges so we actually have a prayer of getting what we're looking for. Because I feel like the game's going to keep trying to prioritize giving me a weapon because I don't have a weapon. Because that would make sense. Because obviously the game's not going to understand, oh yeah, I'm trying to use only utilities, because how the fuck's the game going to know what the hell I'm doing? So I'm figuring it makes sense to try to clear out some of the weapons so it reduces the pool. Because you gotta think, it basically can pull each individual weapon, what, like 5 times? Because it rolls it in the weapon shop at each rarity. Or each upgrade level, whichever way you want to look at that. And I always forget that I have the option to banish things to begin with, because I'm so used to when I click on the thing that it grabs it immediately. Because initially it was that way, and now that I've had more things added that do things when I click on those, it has changed the dynamic of how that works. And it kind of messes with me at times. It's changed it in a good way, because it's a lot harder for me to accidentally pick a weapon I didn't want. And I don't know if that's just been a general change or if it's been because I got extra options. But either way, it's a good thing. I'm looking forward to max level seismic blast though, because I feel like that's just going to hit the entire screen with rocks and it's going to be hilarious. And I know I ignored the target hive. I don't feel like our attacks are targeted enough for that to be super viable. And hey, what do you know? High level rejuvenation field after waiting for that for a while. So now we just sit in this, our fire rate and our healing goes up. I kind of want to see if that affects our utility drops. It seems like it might, but it's kind of hard to stay in that field with what we've got going on here. So I think that might just be a matter of I run through it when I need the health, and that's going to be the extent of that. But thanks to all the utility speed we have, we can actually spawn those decently often. I usually don't use rejuvenation field at all, even when I'm not memeing and doing all one weapon, because of the fact you have to kind of stay in that field. And this is a very movement heavy game for the most part, so it's kind of dangerous to do that. And healing's also very prevalent on the map, so it's not really the biggest idea in my mind. Now, if there was less healing on the map, I would argue that the rejuvenation field would actually be incredibly important at that point. But purple eggs are all over the place, at least here. I don't remember if the other maps are as good about that, and we should actually go look at some of the other maps before we're done for the day, too. But I seem to recall that they scale differently for difficulty. Like, difficulty 0 for them is closer to difficulty 1 than for this one. But, you know. Variety is the spice of life. We've been on this map for 2 hours. I'll probably switch to the next map after this run, just to keep things changing. Not that it's going to change to a huge degree, it's going to be just a different palette while I'm running in circles. I was trying to live for the most part. I have any banishes left? Nope, I'm out of banishes. And that's what I meant before, is see how it immediately tried to purchase it? Now that I don't have my banishes anymore, now the buttons become dangerous to use again. So I think, yeah, I can select things this way as well, and that's how you lock and unlock them. None of these will be useful to me still, though. I don't think I can yeah, I can't combine in the shop. Otherwise, I'd combine those two green seismic blasts, lock them, and then hope for another one to show up. I think the next run will be a more easy to do run. I'll probably go for the rockets. Those should be pretty safe to win with. And it'll be nice and satisfying. I don't know how much area effect range will apply to anything I'm using here. Yeah, it doesn't seem like the stalactites got any bigger. Which that would have been an interesting thing, though. I feel like area size increases would be powerful for utility items, because then things like the rejuvenation field could end up getting huge. We haven't even raised our utility magnitude like at all. We're mostly just going for utility speed, and they're already being pretty effective. We've also gotten decent upgrades for them. Not what I'm hoping for, which is maxing any of them out, but we've at least gotten something. The something that we've gotten is more than I anticipated getting, and more than I probably would have gotten if I hadn't done the banishing that I did. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, hands down, I think Seismic Blast might be my favorite utility item now. Which, you know, shocking, the utility item that causes mass damage becomes my favorite. Couldn't have figured out how that happened. Makes no sense how we ended up there, huh? Oh no, I've taken damage again. Good thing I have Rejuvenation Field. This is proving to be comedically effective, all things considered. You're mocking me, aren't you? With your fucking, once again, red tier rocket rounds. It really wants me to switch to the rockets. And now that I have the red rejuvenation fields, like, how about more rejuvenation fields that you can't use? Finally, an upgrade for the electric fence. Only had to cycle like 30 times to see one. And now we get an upgraded seismic blast. Excellent. Now it's picking up. Scoop all this up. Seems like it's dropping even more rocks the higher it upgrades too, which is incredible. Rocks fall, everybody dies. Like, especially since they're having me fight in a small room like this, this is like perfect for my setup right now. It's a pity that the third pylon doesn't connect to the first one and make like a triangle. If it made triangles, I would literally just start walking in triangles to make a barrier around myself, which is probably exactly why that doesn't work that way. Just keep getting more health because so many of our other passive upgrades don't do anything for us in this situation. Like, I can get more move speed, but I don't really need it at this point. Move speed's kind of fine. Let's see if we can destroy a hive this way. I'm actually kind of curious to see if we can pull that off by, like, looping a bunch of fences around it and just continually dropping rocks on it over and over again. I just gotta find one. So I'm pretty sure they spawn in, like, set locations, give or take. Okay, good. I found the recruit hive. That would be the easiest one. I also have no visual indicator of when the electric fences are gonna go, so I kind of have to time it, and I can't tell that very easily while I'm doing everything else. There we go. Yeah, this is very slow about killing a hive. Oh, now you want to give me all the seismic blasts in the world. Of course. And remember, you can always tell your disappointment ahead of time if you don't see any of the pluses above anything. Because the plus appears before the thing fully shows, which is always very funny. Like that. There we go, now we have all red, so that's good. Presumably means another pylon? Yes, there we go. Now we're starting to make some headway on this hive. This is still really not good at hive killing, like, at all. But again, our utility magnitude is poop, so that's probably part of the problem. Our damage output is not it. Like, the only reason the rocks are working is because the rocks do decent damage to begin with. Like, I keep getting chased away from the spot I need to be in to make the laser fences work. There we go. Now we're making progress on the hive some more. I'm doing this mostly just as to prove a point as far as killing the hive goes. So let this be a lesson. Even recruit hives get very durable when you're late in the game. Proving once again, you really want to crush those early if you can. Because otherwise you end up with situations like this where you spend a good, like, 2 or 3 waves killing a hive. This was a very terrible ordnance drop, but at least it gave me a utility upgrade. This has literally just become rock spam the run, though. I think 100 health might be the single highest health amount I've ever had in this game. So usually I take, like, a health upgrade. And it's usually just because that was the only good upgrade in a pool. And this is so far not really as effective as actual weapons still. At least, again, on their own. But I see with Seismic Blast, at the very least, why they don't let you have more than one of it, because it already deals decent damage and has a lot of coverage. If you had 3 of them, the screen would literally be constantly covered in rocks. it would basically be impossible for anything to survive. 3 sets of fences wouldn't be busted, but it would be probably annoying code-wise. Because it would either have to have the sets be separated completely so they wouldn't connect to each other, or they would have to continue to connect in order. Which wouldn't be that bad a thing. Also, there's the red cryo beam that I was looking for so long. Look how much more damage that does compared to like the 12s we were working with in the cryo beam run. That's what you need. If you get that, you're okay. Because that'll actually get work done. And if you're wondering, yes, I am going to keep ranting about it every time it shows up when it's not the run that it was supposed to be in. So you're damn right I'm upset to see the exact thing I wanted when I don't need it or want it anymore. This was basically a free bonus. And yes, utility speed 20%. Faster rocks dropping. Yes. Bigger rocks. The best part is the rocks are dropping faster even in, you know, after the circle appears, they're coming down out of the air faster. Which is eventually gonna get very silly because they're just gonna like slam down before the circle even finishes forming, I think, at the rate this is going. And if you're thinking that I'm absolutely going to try to do that on purpose, you'd be correct. You've obviously been here for a bit because you know exactly how I would be doing this. Seems like the Berserk bonus doesn't seem to do anything for utilities. Or if it does, I'm not noticing because our speed with it's high enough up already. I don't need more move speed at this point because I'm already outrunning our utilities here a bit. And we're also not getting the rewards from killing all the things we are killing. I'm just gonna start walking in circles again for the second. Since this wave is about to end, make sure we get as much goo as I can. Jetpack duration wouldn't be a bad idea. That's a shame. Just imagine how good that purple electric fence would have been like 10 waves ago. When I could have actually used it. Ah well. You know, that's just how it be sometimes. It's gonna be very satisfying to take down the Crusher with its own rocks. It's gonna be very entertaining. And I say that because the electric fence probably isn't gonna do a lot against the Crusher. Well, it's gonna do something because it's going to be chasing me, so invariably it's going to touch some of the electric fence. I just don't think the damage output from the electric fence at the tier we've gotten it to is gonna be enough to make a difference there. more than the 87 per hit stones will. Well, at the very least. And I think that's where the major disparity there comes in, is that the stones actually do good immediate damage. The damage over time on the fences isn't bad. Like, at this point, they actually do almost as much as the stones, so maybe they're not as bad as they were. Because they're doing like 20s to 30s, occasionally 40s. So like 3-4 hits of the fence matches a hit from a stone. Problem is, the stones are firing more often than the fence posts, and they're immediately less finicky to work with. Which is ironic considering the stones are supposed to be randomly placed attacks. But, you know the motto around here, other than I hate being right, random isn't random. Random is whatever's convenient for the thing involved with the random chance. Yes, 20% more utility magnitude. We're actually getting up into decent damage bonuses now. We just need to actually get at least one of them to gold, hopefully. That would be amazing. Yes. Yes. Golden electric fence. Hello, random golden grenade. Which, for all sensible people that are trying to get unlocks, if you see a golden weapon show up that's one that you haven't finished a run with, take the fucking thing. It'll make your life easier because you'll get the unlock for that too, without having to sit there and upgrade tree your way up to it. You know, as long as it doesn't demolish your build to take it. Fucking take it. Don't be stupid like I am and make things way harder. There we go, that was another free bonus, basically. Okay, that's my level up. I was about to be very upset. This is the actual ordnance drop. Never mind, I'm still upset. This is the best thing in here for us. As much as I would love the 80% grenade speed, which again pairs with the golden grenade they gave me, but that I didn't take. The only thing we can use in this setup is the jetpack cooldown, which that's a good amount of jetpack cooldown reduction, don't get me wrong. I just don't care about that because we're not in enough danger for the jetpack to be that necessary. And we get something immediately better here. I wish I could take both of them. Will we actually reach 100% utility magnitude before the run's over with how long we spent not getting any utility magnitude? I'm just carrying a stack of calculators around with me. Power up drop chance is actually tempting. There we go, more utility speed. That'll get us up to 100% utility speed, which is absurdity. We're almost to the Crusher wave, which is unfortunate. Because that means the odds of us getting another yellow utility are highly unlikely. I don't even know if the utilities were on the list of things that you would want to end a run with max level of, though. I genuinely don't remember. Not bad, but try again. Tempting. Actually, wait. No, because I wouldn't be in the store anymore. I was gonna say, couldn't I take that and re-roll again? But no. That's not how that works. Tempting, but try again. There we go. I was hoping for another utility magnitude, but 120% utility speed is arguably better, actually, because we just keep firing more. This whole arena is turning into a nightmare for them instead of me, and I'm so happy. I'm so here for this level of chaotic nonsense that's happening here. Look at this gun attack speed. Why can't you show up when I'm using guns? Thank you. More utility speed. We went from, are we even gonna make it to 100% utility speed, to I think we're rapidly approaching 200% utility speed. Look at how fast those rocks are going. And we're just dumping lightning pillars everywhere. Oh, this is so silly. Where's utility magnitude, damn it? Like, I'm gonna keep taking utility speed because obviously I want that, but just like... But why though? Also, we're making all of the money we're spending on re-rolling back, I would like to point out, plus some, because of the amount of killing happening. Like, this is such a slaughterhouse right now. Ooh. Yes! Golden seismic blast. I don't care about rejuvenation field. I have my 2 golden attacking utilities. I'm happy. I have everything I could have wanted in this run now. The only thing that I'm upset about is that the rocks don't change color or anything, unlike the bullets. Now, the Crusher is still going to be an issue, because the Crusher has a lot of HP. But we are draining it. But as you can see, my fear about the electric fence not being able to really interact with him too much, because I'm constantly having to move away from him too much, is coming to fruition, because we can't really circle him around, because in order to keep a close eye on circling away from him, I'm not keeping an eye out for his friends as much. Then again, if we keep using the rejuvenation field, this might still work out. I just need to keep tightening where the electric fence is going. Which greater and greater utility speeds will work into that. There we go. Like, the whole key here is going to be just walking him around in the electric fence field to get the damage to keep going. Like, as you can see, when he gets into a bunch of them, it starts really chewing through him. We just gotta get him in position for that. Which is why I spent so much time getting more health, by the way. I anticipated having to do something stupid like this. Yes! 125% utility magnitude. Even the electric fence is doing over 100 damage now. And just touching the rejuvenation field is just healing me to full. Like, he hits me and I don't even lose health because I just get it back immediately. Like, something would have to instant kill me when I'm standing in the rejuvenation field, I think. Oh, hey, I got the tank achievement. For just absorbing pain, probably. Because I just was sitting in my indestructible bubble of fuck you. I just gotta be real mindful of when my rejuvenation fields turn off. Or this is gonna backfire so badly. Mastered the art of utility. Ooh. Of course, it's a yellow upgrade that's completely useless to me. Oh, I hate it here. The game is once again making fun of me. Guess we'll start taking the free store rerolls at this rate. I just gotta make sure not to let myself get bullied out of my rejuvenation field and then get hit again, or anything like that. It's a good thing we have so much AoE from the stones, or we would actually probably still be in trouble here because the amount of damage output might have still outrun our protection, for lack of a better way of putting it. Like, in case you were wondering why, the other reason why rejuvenation field is something I don't really use, it's because it basically makes this situation irrelevant. Again, on higher difficulties where they would just one-shot me regardless, probably wouldn't want to do that. But there we go. We got basically the most autopilot victory we could have, short of killing him immediately. Ooh, Crusher Claw is an item now. For taking 1,000 damage in a single run. But you'll notice, for doing the utility items, we didn't actually unlock anything. Sad. But hey, we can now say we did a weaponless run. We went in with no weapons, only utilities, and we won a round. I'm actually happier about that than you might expect. Even though it was arguably pointless. I'm very much entertained by that having worked. Yeah, I guess we'll take the pickup range. I'm still just trying to build up levels so we get up here and get the rest of these. Specifically, I wouldn't mind getting Gold Jumper so we keep getting more goo and everything, which will make some of the other plans I have more effective. Okay, what do the effects these have? Flame Dot. This one would be a good one to try to use with the fire spinners if I want to try to get those done with a max next thing. Like, we can even peek at what we'd get for the various ones, and you'll notice they all unlock starting with the weapon, basically. Which is why it's not like a super high priority to max those out. It's just been entertaining. Let's see. This is why I wanted the 100% bonus attack range, is because that unlocks an item in the loadout. I need to equip a max tier gamma ray for that one. It's equipping them that gets the weapons for some of these. Okay. Standard jumper, only using pulse rounds and fuse grenades. Find the secret chivalrous arms. Yeah, see, this is why I wanted the max tier cryo beam. I couldn't remember if it was survive with one or get one. It's just get one. Max tier cluster casing is one of them as well. So rockets aren't actually on the list. So we're not gonna bother with a rocket run then, at the moment. Because I want to get something new to show up. So I guess our next goal will then be... try max tier cluster casing? We could try to go for the 3 hives before wave 5 as well. If I do... actually, yeah, if I do a rocket run, I could probably get the 3 hive spawners before wave 5, if I get lucky. If I'm gonna go for cluster casings, though... oh, I don't even have anybody that starts with grenades that would have grenade bonuses. Okay, we'll wait for the cluster casing then till we get demolition jumper, because he probably gets grenade bonuses. Okay, here's an idea then. We're gonna take the decreased attack range of the Huntsman jumper and try to use that to make the cryo beam work again. I know I said I wasn't gonna do another cryo beam run. At least not immediately, but we'll give it a go. Hey there, you're right. Thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Welcome to me just doing stupid meme runs of Hive Jumper because I'm tired. Hopefully you're all doing well. You're just in time for the only meme run we've failed so far. Hell yeah. Well done on getting through that whole archipelago. Ooh, I like the music for this place. I've never actually been to this volcanic wasteland area we're in now. God damn, 11 hours is kind of well, I don't want to say average for archipelago. You did have 3 games, as I recall. Well, yeah. I assumed it wasn't all in a row or you'd be ruined right now. And you also told me about it before, too, so I knew there was a split there. Oh, wow, they've got the big guys in wave 2, huh? Okay, yep, this is definitely going to be more dangerous than the first area was. Cryo beam would be a really bad idea here. He says he's going to do it anyway. And just pray that RNG doesn't shoot me in the back. I still haven't actually fully properly finished the last archipelago I started. That's mostly because all my items are in waiting hell for all of the other people playing that archipelago. Because I can basically do literally everything that's left in the messenger except finish the game, because I need the notes to finish the game, and they're all not in my world in that archipelago. Basically, because the thing is, the unfortunate thing with the situation with the messenger on that one is there's basically no gameplay left. It's not even BK'd to get to other checks, it's literally just BK'd to pushing the release button. Yeah, that's basically where I'm at. I don't have 100% of checks, but it's 100% of the checks anybody asked for, and I'm just like, there's no point in me doing these things because I know where all of my notes are, basically, and they're not in my world. Like, I don't have 100% confirmation of all of those notes, but there's, like, no way they're not in other places with all the things I've done. And now we play the waiting game for, yet again, a case of any of the things I need. I want to do more archipelagos. The only unfortunate thing with Archipelago for me is there's not that many games in Archipelago that I'm that interested in. That's the biggest problem. Most of the games I'm that interested in aren't in there. I'm kind of in a waiting pattern for them to add more games to Archipelago. Oh, I know. I've looked in there, and it still doesn't have the ones I would really want. Because most of the randomizers I've ever done aren't in there. Or at least they weren't last I checked, which was a few weeks ago. They may have added one of the ones I would actually want by now. The extra steps aren't terrible for most of them. Like, I was gonna... I think there is a testing version of Metroid Prime's randomizer in there. I was gonna do that, but that one would be kind of annoying to set up with the released version that they had at the time. Oh, absolutely. The biggest problem is we're stuck waiting behind a mix of other people need to be interested in doing it too, so that somebody gets asked to make it, or somebody has to want to make it that knows how to make those things. That's the real holding pattern. And on that one, which sucks. Like, part of me is like, I should just learn how to make my own thing for Archipelago so I can actually get what I want. And then I remember, no, that's a nightmare. No. Okay, so somebody is at least working on it? Okay. I mean, not focusing on it's fine. At least there's a chance it'll happen at all, because you know it's at least been started then. It being started means there's a world in which somebody else might offer to pick it up and finish it if they continue to not focus it and enough interest is drummed up for it. And, you know, assuming that the one working on it is willing to share their source code. I might burn to death. Okay. So you trust that it'll happen eventually. Which is the important part. It just needs to happen. It doesn't have to be like, yes, it doesn't have to happen tomorrow. Yeah, that's also a factor. I really should leave this section of the map. This section of the map sucks. I didn't see that bullet because of my own laser. Sad. Anyway. But yeah, last I checked, like, the Aria of Sorrow randomizer wasn't added to Archipelago as of yet, nor, like, any of the Metroid randomizers other than, I think the Super Metroid Legend of Zelda combo one might be in there, or it's one of the... I think it's in there? My brain is telling me lies enough right now that I can't guarantee my information. But I'm pretty confident that that one's in there. And the problem with that one is I don't know Link to the Past well enough. And I don't want to sit there and learn Link to the Past just to play that. I don't think Super Metroid by itself is. That's the problem. I think it's only the combo rando that's in there. Or is it in the testing pile and I didn't see it? So I'm pretty confident I didn't see it in the main list. Like, you would think that would be an obvious one to be there, but I don't remember seeing it. I thought it was only the combo. Huh. I might just be remembering that badly wrong. Now I have to go look. So I may just have been telling myself lies this entire time. Oh no, it is there. I'm just stupid. I think I might have just had it backwards then. I think the combo rando is the one that's in the testing section and the regular one is just there. Well, I think part of that is I was trying to avoid talking myself into doing Super Metroid at all on that one, because Super Metroid's kind of a pain to randomize unless you sit there and really memorize Super Metroid. Like, it's kind of a nightmare, especially if you don't know any speedrunning tricks, which I absolutely don't. Like, it just is a little too much. Like, I know the pathing for Super Metroid, but I don't know the tricks for it, and I can't be asked to learn speedrunning tech. That's just beyond the pale for me. Yeah, that's... Welcome to the exact other part of the problem. Is the start for that, unless you go on really easy settings, blows. Because you're always either stuck because you have no Morph Ball, or stuck because you have no Varia Suit or no missiles. Those are pretty much the three things you're going to be without, and you're going to be sad. Missiles are more workable than the other two. No bombs also comes up a lot, too. But again, bombs are, again, workable without having them. It just sucks a bit. But it's one of those, I know of a lot of the tech, I've never sat down and learned how to do it. Because it's a lot of, oh hey, just sit here and memorize this frame timing and this button in combination. Do it 1,000 times so you can hopefully pull it off when you need it. Oh joy. Oh, the excitement. Like, I feel like that's kind of the problem I have with the much more established randomizers, is a lot of them have reached that point. Where it's all optimized down so hard that the only significant options are to cause yourself pain and suffering. Whereas the main thing I really want out of a randomizer is just more of the game that I liked. And usually, or at least in a fair few of the ones I've touched, you don't fully understand the impact of those settings until you hit yourself in the dick with a brick a couple times figuring out what those settings actually have as an impact. And I just don't have the patience for that. I'm past that point in my life where I'll sit there and beat myself up just to learn how something works to that degree. Like, I enjoy having to take the weird pathing and figure out workarounds for things because you don't have the tools to do them. I just don't want to have to sit there and learn a bunch of glitches and such to do it. Let me have the games that I can actually work with the tools I have in order to achieve different methods, rather than, nope, I'm just soft locked because I don't have the very specific thing that the game wants. Which is simultaneously the downside and what makes Archipelago appealing at the same time, is because if you end up in a shit situation, you can just kind of piddle around doing other checks while you wait for hopefully somebody else to find the thing that you need that you know you can't make significant progress without, and you know it's not in any of your checks. See, and I think that's part of the thing for me too, is because what little tech I do know is in things like Aria of Sorrow and some of the other ones like that, is I figured those out when I was playing the game vanilla to begin with, the little bits that I do need without significant glitching. Which admittedly, game's very fucking breakable to begin with. Though people have consistently made the argument to me that Super Metroid is an incredibly breakable game, and it's like, to a point, yes, and if you understand it to that level, yes. Breaking through to getting to that level of understanding is a pain in the ass. And as much as I love the Metroid series, Super's actually one of the ones I just never really had as big an attachment to. And I know I keep getting called a heretic for that, and I'm going to keep not caring about that, because that's going to just continue to be fact of life for me. Because people will hold it up as the poster child of the series, and it's like, I feel like a good chunk of that's nostalgia goggles. Like, is it good? Yes. Is there anything special about it, though? Not nearly as much as people want to believe. Like, it's definitely one of those... And I hate to say this, but if you go down to brass tacks, be it a 3D Metroid or a 2D Metroid, a lot of it really comes down to the same handful of factors. Are each of the worlds nice and each of the worlds good to go through? Yes. But you are going through more or less a different world with the exact same tool set. And I just did not find the world of Super Metroid to be as engaging to set it apart harshly enough from the rest of them for it to feel special to me, I think is the best way to put that. And that's why I blame nostalgia goggles, because that's what helps make it special for the people that feel it is special. It's kind of like the Zelda community with things like Ocarina of Time. Not necessarily. I don't feel it soured the experience. I think it took some of the magic away, which I guess you could say is souring the experience. It is, but it's another case of I feel like it gets put on too high of a pedestal. Or at least depending on who you talk to, it does. And that's the whole thing I have a problem with, is people put things too high on that pedestal, and I'm just like, that's unrealistic. This is not accurate. You can by all means love the game, because it's good, but it's not this infallible, amazing game that people try to make it out to be. There's no such thing as this amazing infallible game. But we've had that discussion enough times. I'm not gonna redo that whole thing. Yeah. And that's another thing, is innovation can make a game get placed on a higher pedestal than it deserves to. And in some ways, both Ocarina of Time and Super Metroid might fall into the same situation of that one. Because in their time, they were very unique. Now, with the power of what we have these days, and I'm not even saying compare them directly to something now, because obviously everything is different in this day and age. That's not a fair comparison. But you experience the same things enough that the magic is gone. Like, the only way to experience their true uniqueness at that point would be to put yourself in the shoes of somebody who could not have experienced anything of its type before. Which at that point, yes, that's valid. But like, to put it in perspective, my favorite 2D Metroid still remains Fusion, but I would also say the exact same thing about Fusion. In that, yes, I like it, yes, it's a flawed game, and no, it's not special. Like, that's the balance point I have to make sure people understand. Because I understand that I'm doing the exact same thing of I'm rating it higher because that's the first one I played and finished. Technically, I played Super before Fusion, but I'd only barely started Super, so I'm not really counting that as me having played it before that, because I didn't grow up with it. See, people point out that it's very linear, and yes, it is for the most part. But what people seem to forget is if you look at how the expected pathing goes on any of those, they're actually still very linear in terms of your intended progression. Yes, you have other options, and even in Fusion, you have other options to go to as you gain your upgrades. Oh yeah, no, 100% is never a factor in how good a game is. I don't care what anybody thinks, 100% is 90% of the time awful. I don't understand the point of saying something's linear if it's not about the progression, then. I'm not sure what is trying to be said there. Again, I could point that in a lot of the Metroid series. There's many times in most of those that you only have one option that's meaningful to explore, unless you want to go digging really deep for this random object that in the end doesn't matter. Yeah, it's a series issue, I would say, more than a Fusion-specific issue. Other games that have picked up the mantle since then have been much freer about that. And again, I say this as somebody who is a fan of the Metroid series, but it is flawed in that regard, in that you are kind of pigeonholed pretty frequently. I don't know why my frame rate has left. My frame rate is leaving me. It's probably because there's too many bugs still on screen, because that is a very big wave they just sent my way. There we go. That is a very big wave, and we have such little killing power still. Yeah, the computer didn't care. The game certainly hated it, but the computer didn't care. Interestingly enough, my CPU usage is higher after that low frame rate moment. That's very interesting. Yes, but Prime also pigeonholes you a fair bit. Like, I love the Prime series to death, but it does pigeonhole you as far as where you can go fairly frequently. Unless you want to go get, oh hey, this energy tank that only matters so much. Or hey, this missile expansion that gives you more missiles that you don't need. Like, I feel like that's part of the problem, at least for me, is I've reached a point playing those that I don't need every upgrade in order to make it through it. So unless you really want every single thing, there's a lot less exploration than appears. Like, it gives you the illusion of a lot more exploration than there actually is. Unless you're looking to go for a stroll. If you're looking to go see the environment, there's plenty of exploration to do. Mechanically, it's a different story. But I need to amend that statement a little bit, because there's definitely plenty to visually see. Because I was venturing into being unfair there, and I wanted to roll that back to be more reasonable. I was trending into unfair due to inaccuracy. But again, this is coming from the brain of someone who has, I wouldn't say played every major Metroidvania that exists, but the vast majority of them. So I'm coming from a point of being jaded with the genre. Even though it's my favorite genre, I am, to a certain degree, jaded with the genre as a whole at this point. Because as much as the progression is my favorite type of progression, I acknowledge the flaws of that type of progression. You very well might be. I have not seen the exact amount you've played, but you come from a similar perspective from how we've talked, that I feel like you probably are in a similar position. And that's the thing, I have at least played the original Metroid, I have played Super, and I have nearly finished Super. I did not care to actually finish it, but I got close enough that I could have just finished it off had I cared to. I did not get nearly that far in original Metroid because it just didn't do anything for me. As y'all have seen on the channel, I've done Zero Mission, which, aside from a couple points, that was quite good. I would argue, exploration-wise, Zero Mission did a bit better than Fusion. I would say that. Even if I felt Fusion played overall better for me. But I would say they're worth playing. I did not care for Dread, but we've had that conversation before as well. And it's mostly just the fiddly method by which you have to kill the Emmys early on bounced me off of it before I got to the good part. There's only so much gimmick I can stand. And I feel like that just stepped into just the wrong kind of gimmick for me. And yeah, collectathons are in a very similar boat, because they have more or less the same progression. You're exactly correct about the, oh, go get this thing so you can do this type progression, because that's exactly what it is. It just comes at it from a different angle in some cases. And absolutely, early on, I was a lot more prone to deeper exploration. I never cared for 100% even back in the day, aside from I did do the absolute insane work that was 100%ing Aria of Sorrow because I loved that game to death. Though that too is an imperfect game. I'm gonna start banishing things just so we have a prayer of getting what I need at this rate, because Cryo Beam's just refusing to show up, and we're gonna be in the same position again here. We're fighting the final fight. If I don't, not that we might not still end up in that position anyway, but it's the best shot I've got at fixing that. But yeah, and to a certain degree, I think that's what bounces me off of some of the indie Metroidvanias that have come out as well, even the ones that end up being lauded as very good, is they follow the pattern a little too closely without doing anything to make themselves stand out. Like, to me, the most important thing about the indie game market is experimentation. I wouldn't say the genre is stale. I would say some people just hold up their inspirations to too high a pedestal and follow them too closely. Because there's plenty of room for people to do different things. That's been proven by some of the games that have come out. But they keep putting themselves in these same positions to the point where you basically have a large majority of the genre falling into two categories. The Souls-like Metroidvanias that feel very similar to either, say, Death's Gambit or any of those. The other names escape me off the top of my head, but you can picture exactly what I mean right off the top. Or the ones that follow the Castlevania and Metroidvania or Metroid itself a little too closely without doing anything of its own. Now and then you get a handful of really unique ones in there, but they're always a lot of them are a little too by the book. And Shadow Project, I don't think I ever played. Shadow Project doesn't ring a bell. Oh, in a significant way. I think I've seen it on a list before, but I don't think I've ever actually touched that one. Like, I might recognize it if I see it, but I don't think... That would be why, because I didn't spend that much time on the Xbox Live Arcade. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. Is that it feels too much like it would belong in that line, which can be a blessing and a curse. It depends on what you're looking for at the time. As someone who has played too much of the genre, it's not good for me. Is it good for them as an indie dev? Absolutely, because that will sell. And that's where the difference is. I am not the target demographic for very much anymore because I've been in too long. And there's a lot of things I have to let go of at this point in order to be better about new things. But this is also why I'm spending so much time doing such a much wider variety of things, is so I can help myself let go of the genre-jaded effects I have. Because I noticed it got worse when I spent a lot of time going down the list of Metroidvanias. Like, every day, every week on Monday, for example, I was doing a Metroidvania for a while. And I started to see too much of that similarity becoming more and more glaring to me as I did that. And that's part of why I've stepped back from that. is if you do them back to back, you start to see too much blending together because you see them more or less side by side at that point. And that's a good thing depending on what you're trying to do with it. Like, if you're actively trying to make those comparisons, then it's a benefit. But if you're trying to see them for themselves, it's a lot more complicated, if that makes sense. It's kind of like if you were a huge Diablo fan, for example, and you played all the Diablos, and then you went and said, okay, now I'm going to play every Diablo-like that's out there. You are going to see the entire fucking veil fall off before you even get to Diablo 3, probably. Or at least get through Diablo 3. Yeah, it's healthy to separate these things. Is like, absolutely, as like a marathon or something like that, it makes sense to go through the whole series back to back. Like, if there's a purpose to doing it, like as a series anniversary or something like that, by all means do that, but you're going into that knowing you're going to get game fatigue. Presumably you would be going into it knowing you'd get fatigue from that, that is. Some people don't understand that that's a concept because they don't think these things through. And some people love a series enough that they don't get that fatigue. And more power to them. I love that for them. But especially if you're trying something new, or relatively new to yourself, can be harder. Yeah. As long as you're in it for the long haul and you know that that's how that's gonna work, that's fine. That means you have like 20 years worth of game. So if anything, you're winning in that scenario. It means you don't have to worry about a new release coming out for God knows how long. Which apparently there's another new Yakuza connected game coming out, or at least it was announced. Something about boats. I don't really pay that much attention, but I heard people going nuts about it. Like, I don't even know if that was real or not. For all I know, it could have been a shit post that people thought was real. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was hearing, yeah. Which is why you can understand why it's like, that could be a shit post. But I also knew that this was about the time where they were going to be announcing something to that effect. So it's like, well, that's believable. And honestly, with all the kindness in my heart on that one, Yakuza itself has kind of shitpost the game in the best way possible. Though I suppose it'd be more shitpost the series, really. Is the whole series is unhinged in the best way? Yep, there it is. Yeah, exactly. That you're saying exactly the same thing I was trying to. Okay, that's a different boss. I didn't realize this stage was going to have a different boss. Because I think the ice stage had the same boss fight. Huh. Exactly. You love to see a good shitpost. I would argue that's part of how you can tell that the developers are having fun making the thing they're making, is if they do dumb, goofy shit with it. Okay, I think it's time for me to do something that might actually be successful. Yeah. Either minigame goes goofy or side story of wacky shit happens. Yeah, exactly. Like, the side stories are really one of the biggest selling points of the Yakuza series, in my opinion. That and the fact that it's got really solid gameplay for the most part. Those are the two biggest selling points for that series. Because the main story and everything is usually good, but the standout part is usually the shenanigans. Yeah, it helps things stand on their own as you're going. And it helps it feel like this is what's really happening, because let's be real life is a walking shitpost half the time. Okay, I'm gonna try a thing here. I don't know if it's gonna work out. It probably isn't, because RNG is gonna tell me to go pound salt. But I'm gonna try to get the gamma rays going, because that'll be basically the better version of the cryo beam run anyway. But doing this on difficulty 1 in this area is probably going to be the part that makes this backfire miserably. But this might be last run, considering we'll be up to like 4-ish hours by that point. We'll see how I feel by that point. I feel like after the beginning here, we stopped accomplishing nearly as much, but that's fine. Some very interesting conversations have happened today. Okay, so our biggest problem right now is I have no goo to purchase anything with. Because despite there being more enemies, we didn't end up getting to pick up any of the goo. So probably after this wave that we'll actually be able to dig for things. That said, the game is trying to convince me to go for the cluster grenades. And I know I said I'd wait for the grenade guy for it, but if the game gives me a compelling enough reason to go for the cluster casing, I will do it. Basically, it'll be whichever one comes up in a good way first. And so far, it's looking like I am Grenade Man, which is gonna be terrible because we have all that gun damage on this guy, and we're gonna not use a gun. But at the same time, that's part of the comedy. We're sitting here defying expectations. Ordinarily, I don't either, as you know. The biggest problem is getting them to show up. As demonstrated here of not getting any of them. I wish rocket rounds had a purpose in terms of unlocking something. Is that's the problem I'm in right now, is I'm very unlock-minded at the moment. Hey, Xeno, that's fine. It's good that you're here regardless. Is the whole thing, for those that may have missed it, is the rockets only unlock a jumper that has rockets, whereas the two things I'm trying to get unlock other weapons that everybody will then be able to use. Ah, that's how those things work. There's just like weird ice crabs. Okay, that's a thing. Wouldn't really have expected that to be a problem to worry about. But as you can see, the game is very heavily giving us grenade power-ups. So, sounding like that might be a thing I'm gonna end up doing. But yes, crab. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Banish pulse rounds. Makes me sad, but banish rockets. Banish the shotgun. Still not getting what I want, but you know what? Fuse grenades are at least in the right line, so we'll take those for the moment. I'm gonna have to improvise for the time being just to keep this run moving. Because we don't even have the start of any of them yet, so... Run is currently soiled, but the game has soiled it for me. I didn't get a choice. That was a well-timed box drop. Well. So take the crit chance while jetpacking. None of the good things we could have potentially gotten. And watch, I'm gonna take all these grenade upgrades and then the gamma ray's gonna show up and I'm gonna be sad. There we go. You know, there's always the world in which we get nothing, too. Which is continuing to be the case. Look, game, I want grenades, see? I upgraded grenade. Am I gonna have to banish the damn 6-shooter to the Shadow Realm just so you stop offering me that? That's great and all, but I need it for my combat right now, and it's not showing up. I wish to achieve victory through radiation, and I'm not allowed. Because I think we've done maxed out fuse grenade, because I think maxed out fuse grenade is what got the cluster grenades in the first place. If I knew what stage to go looking for it on, I would try to find the hidden chivalrous arms too, because I'm assuming it's on a specific stage. Which logically would then mean, since it's a new weapon, because it was added in 1.0, I believe, as was the volcanic stage, it's probably in the volcanic stage. So maybe depending on how this run goes, I may do a quick exploration run back to the volcano and see if I can find the chivalrous arms so we at least get to see them. Though they may have been more clever than that. And look at all the cryo beams we're getting now that I'm not using them. I just want to point that out again, because this keeps happening. As the game continues to thumb its nose at me. And I would think that the cluster casing was an upgrade from the fuse grenades if I hadn't seen a naturally occurring cluster casing in just today. But it may be that they only start at certain rarities, which is a thing that could potentially be the case. Yeah. There was no way I was avoiding taking damage for an entire wave with nothing but a single grenade. No matter how many bonuses we have towards it right now. Which, let me tell you, getting rid of the gun, very bad idea. But I'm hoping that it changes the weighting in terms of what spawns in our shop. Though that seems to have never managed to be the case so far. But I at the very least need to try. I don't think there's anything relating to the pinwheel at all, now that I think about it in terms of max upgraded. Because I don't think I saw it on any of those lists. Otherwise, I'd grab that too and be just like, you know what, fine, I'll take one of each of the damn grenades and we'll go with that angle. See, look, game, I have grenades. It's just gonna do me like that, isn't it? This is what I get for trying to manipulate the situation, huh? Just end up shooting myself in the foot. On the bright side, we have nice big grenades. So, you know, we're at least helped in that situation. But we are definitely on struggle status already. By virtue of choices I made. Like, no two ways about that. I did this. I 100% did this to myself. I'm wasting goo trying to get something better. I'll take that hit just to make sure that they went off. Come on. Getting closer. And at the very least, I'll go with the bit. See if that ends up giving me what I want. So far, it's not working. But we, at the very least, didn't do a grenade run of any kind today anyway, so at least this way y'all get to see how the grenades work. I was kind of hoping maybe that crashed pod had something hidden in it, but it doesn't seem like it. I did get an achievement for lots of grenades, though. Which I'm surprised it took me this long to get. This is definitely not the target hive. Speaking of things you can't rely on to hit what you specifically want to hit, by the way, these. It's almost like grenades are to whom it may concern somehow. Never would have expected that one. Ow, ow. Oh. Okay, no, they're not trying to get me to kill the Apex Hive. I was about to be like, are you fucking kidding me, game? That's more my speed over there, and we're not gonna make it in time because I was too late trying to get to it. Oh, hey, there's the gamma ray. Huh. Well then. That changes things. Lock that. Reroll. Get a pinwheel upgrade. The reason I didn't take the gamma ray, by the way, is I can't afford it. Otherwise I would have grabbed it. Just to at least advance that idea. Arguably I should grab the pinwheel upgrade, but no. I've now become stubborn again. Okay. If I don't die beforehand because of this event happening here with the stalker that's reduced my vision, that I need to apparently just don't die. It seems like I have an invincible enemy pursuing me, which is upsetting. Thankfully, he's kind of slow. Go ahead and heal up. Just keep playing keep away. I do need to go back past him, though, in order to get the resources that we need. Because playing the constant runaway game works just fine. You just need to loop around eventually to pick up the spoils. Unfortunately, we did lose all of the health I went up there to gain, which is not what you want. But it's okay, because there's, as usual, plenty of healing on the map. So everything is just fine. And now we have enough to buy the gamma ray. I mean, if it comes down to it, at the rate this is already kind of slid out of the realm of what I want, need be, I'll just get the gamma ray and the goddamn cluster casing at this point. I'm kind of starting to get a little over my own bit here. Because the game is just refusing to play along. At the very least, I'm going to get rid of the pinwheel. How did I know? Also, fuck you. Look at this. This is a giant neon sign middle finger from the game right now. This is not okay. Fuck's sake. At least the grenade speed upgrades will still be useful, because you know I'm buying that damn cluster casing. I said it out loud already, I'm doing it now. It's gonna be grenades and lasers. So I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm just gonna hang on to that red cryo beam too now. Everything we've been trying to get basically all day is sitting there in a row. There's only so much I'm gonna ignore that. Swear this game is like a slot machine sometimes. It's like, oh hey, you've been losing for a while. Here's a jackpot to convince you to keep spinning the slots. And then you go on that losing streak all over again. Just gotta get to the circle. Took too long getting down here already. Is that the current pace of me not being in position to pick up a lot of the goo? Because I'm constantly running for my life at this point? Let me back up further so they actually make it into the circle. There we go. Big amount just died altogether there. There we go. Job done. Grab the thing. The thing is, there's a magnet right around the corner. That's what I wanted to also get to. But I don't think I'm making it there in time now. I think I waited too long trying to get the thing. Getting stuck on that corner might be enough to keep me from getting it. Nope. I got it, but it's too late. I got the magnet, but I didn't get the reward from it. It in time. Okay, fuse grenade. Get out of my sight. There we go. We'll keep this locked till we can afford it. Look at this. Look at this already. Look at this nonsense. All I had to do was break the seal on the gamma rays, apparently. Also, look at all of the money we suddenly have now. Swear. They're just fucking with me now. If I didn't know any better, I'd say somebody working at this company is just like, you know what? Let's just manipulate the roles the streamer's getting, just to mess with them. So I'm not gonna lie, I would absolutely do that, and I would absolutely laugh if somebody was doing that. But I'm not even sure that that's possible in a game like this to fiddle with that to that degree, since this doesn't have an internet connection or anything that I know of. It'd be really funny though. Yeah, now our big hurdle is in just a couple waves here. We need to get enough drops to get max upgrade of any of the things we've got going on here, which is going to involve getting a red gamma ray, a purple cluster casing, and then a red purple, and then another purple. Brain, stop falling apart for a second. We need one red gamma ray, one purple cluster casing, and then a red cluster casing, and then we need another red cryo beam to have yellow of all three of them. This is why I said this is last run, because I'm falling apart now. Words are becoming incredibly difficult in places. Look at how effective this is now that we actually have the things I wanted. We are just demolishing. The cluster casing is doing really well in terms of weakening in them, and then the gamma rays just sweep through and pick off everything that's been weakened by the bombing. It's almost like this is the power of using more than just an item. Crazy idea, I know, using multiple things. Basically what the game plan is as soon as the shop is available to me again, I'm going to upgrade our gamma ray to red. Then I'm going to grab the cryo beam. And that's in the shop. And then we're going to roll until we get what we want. I know. Just such a sick idea. Sick in the head. It's just crazy enough to work. Well, there's one of the one cluster casing I needed to get to red. Now I just need to see a plus of any kind show up. There's our max tier cluster casing. Took the longest to show up. Immediately you get it though. All is forgiven, cluster casing. All is forgiven. There we go. Grenadier achievement unlocked. I feel that. Look at how many grenades are coming out of that every time I throw one. That's what, 8 of them coming out each time? That is just a circle of fuck. Where's this target hive? Because I'm gonna need to make all that money back. I really need to find a magnet again, too, honestly. That hive sure did exist. Briefly. These don't help me at all, but I guess I'll take the attack speed in the air. So many of these don't benefit the jank nonsense I'm doing so consistently. We should really go back the path we walked down because there's gonna be goo all over the place back that way. Maybe from all of the death. Didn't get as much out of walking back that path as I thought, but it still got us back the stuff that we left behind, which is still important. I mean, we're just in party time mode, basically, at this point. We've got a laser show and fireworks. Got a speed booster over there, but I don't need that. Got a bunch of eggs here. One of them might have a magnet in it. Nope. No magnets there. Oh, hey. Red tier incendiary pinwheel. Piss off. Ooh. There's the gamma ray. We got both of them in one run. All of the pain and misery of looking for them, and we got them both in one run. Oh look, more cluster casing. And there's a yellow seismic blast right away. Gabe, you've gone from pissing me off to spoiling me, and I don't know what to do with that information. Like, literally the only thing left now is getting that golden cryo beam. Oh, and we got big spenders, so now we got the disc. I don't remember if that was the discount or the... I think that's the more options in the shop, which will be incredible towards getting the rest of these things done. Because we still have quite a few max rank things left to get. Oh my god, just rolling multiple berserks there. Yes, more area effect. Yeah, it really feels that way, doesn't it? Here's the thing, though. I already got what I want. Whatever happens after is of no concern to me anymore. I can walk away now. That's the mistake they've made here, is they've given me what I want. Even if they turn around and stab me in the back now, I walk away successful. But I expect the twist of the knife to be that I'm not gonna get the cryo beam now. It's just not gonna show up. This is working well. The cluster casings are keeping most of them off of me, while the beams do their work. And obviously the cluster casings are helping out with the damage to the hive as well. There we go. This way we can hopefully afford the cryo beam when it comes up, which that's another thing that could happen, is we get the cryo beam but it's too expensive. That would be another haha, but we got you. Nope. We got it. Once again, weaponizing the reversal of my luck. If I say something won't happen, it will happen, and if I say something will happen, it won't. Checkmate game. You lose. The entire day's effort all boiled down to this one run that gave me all three of the things I was trying for, all in one go. From pure despair to complete success. And this wasn't even actually the actual last wave where I could have gotten it. I still had this wave that we're doing now to potentially have bought it. But just look at how much better these beams are doing compared to how the cryo beam was doing at its earlier levels. This is why I still had faith in it actually doing something. Sure, the combination of these items is what's making it actually happen in overall, but the cryo beam is still doing a much better job now that it's gold compared to any form before it. Crazy concept, I know. Highest tier version of something doing better than low versions. But we also saw, what, like 8 cryo beams this run? So if I had committed to that, if I hadn't died, we might have still gotten it anyway. Anyway, we'll just kill off that hive easy peasy. Oh hey, we went from no critical chance to 70% critical chance. Oh boy, the snowball is happening. And somehow we're gonna die to the boss, so that's gonna be the turning point. Huzzah for chair assembly. All of these are red upgrades. You know what? Give me the range. It's gonna make my lasers do stupid things, but that's fine. Now, we are missing health, so I do actually want to go find some healing. That would be wise of me. Oh, hey, there's healing over there. Coming through, that's mine. Promptly loses half of the gain, but that's okay. Sure. I was trying to find one more hive, but apparently there wasn't one down in this corner. Since we were on a tear through them at this point. Oh wait, there's probably one down where that red is. Can I get another random yellow gun? Because if I get a random yellow weapon, I will trade for it. If it's one that'll unlock something, so we get one more unlock in. Those are all nice, but no. And no dice. That's fine. Okay, that's why I was thinking that all of them would have crushers, because this and the first stage both do have Crusher. The third one just has a different boss. This one is more aggressive, though, it looks like, and much faster because it's on difficulty 1. So we might actually die here, because this Crusher's really fast. So this magnet just got us up a bunch of levels. Sure, extra Emerald pickup, why not? Yeep. We are doing good damage to it. I just gotta watch out I don't get, well, crushed. You'll notice it comes and stands on my damn head. There's healing over here, though. I need just to not die to the stalactites. There we go. Get most of my health back. Oh, wow. We just demolished its health bar suddenly. Never mind. We're fine. How did I kill that much of its health so fast? It went from just kind of sliding along to wham, gone. I was too busy watching where the health pickup was and watching where I was going to notice when the health dropped. Yep, extra store options, plasma charger, poison cloud, landmines. We got the prepper jumper, the cryo jumper. We got so much in that run. Like, that basically, I think, is more than we got in all the runs today combined by itself. What a magnificent success. And yeah, now we got grenade speed available as an upgrade. We're obviously taking the shop options one twice. There we go. So now there's 5 options in the shop, which will make getting all of the other max tier items so much easier. You know what? Here, we'll get some grenade speed as a treat. There we go. And now we have demolition jumper as well. Look at that. Look how much more filled out this screen is now. You get increased area effect range on level up. Yep, he was definitely the one if I want to do a grenade run. 100% more grenade damage and speed as well. He is the grenade man. Ooh. Gains overall damage on level up, though. Huh. I'm not 100% sure if that's actually that much better. And of course, this one... Oh! They start with 5 equipment slots, but they get weaker relics. Huh. And he gets jetpack duration on level. Actually, that's kind of sick. I kind of like that one. Because it's 2 more weapons in exchange for all of your relics giving half the value that they did before. And here's the thing. If you think about it, most of the relics don't give huge independent bonuses anyway. So the relics will just add up regardless. Having 5 weapons at once is such a huge power difference. Alright, Pazzy, safe travels. Oh, I'm tempted to do one more now that we've got new toys. Because if we look over in the codex, we now have poison clouds. We could use the plasma charger. Fires charge shots, okay. And the proximity trigger, which these are less exciting. They're just mines. Not super excited about that. But this also opens up getting only one more weapon immediately, it looks like. Because the poison cloud opens up one more weapon down here. We still need to find the chivalrous arms, do basic round. Hello and goodbye, Tiny, and thank you for the bits. You're catching me just as I'm getting ready to head out either way, so it works on 2 levels, whether you realized it or not. We'll do one trip in to try to find those chivalrous arms. And I kind of want to see mini weapon. this isn't a run to complete, this is just a run to look around the entire map. So the secret chivalrous arms may be, like, more complicated than just finding it on the map somewhere. Yeah, because we can't just blow that door open, for example. Now, we get to see the... Oh, no, I don't have any money. Rip. Get these out of here. Yeah, he would fit in and enter the Gungeon for sure. Yeah, lock that. Lock that. There's an elite hive right here. I don't know if we can pull this off, but I'm game to give it a try. Nope, not happening. Abandoned bad plan. Abandoned bad plan. Oh, here I am on fire again. That's a shame. Going in with the prepper for this idea might have been a bad idea. He does have the advantage of getting more jetpack duration per level, so he can actually potentially cover ground. Problem is, we need to level enough to do that, and starting with cluster casing is a little unfortunate. We also still can't afford the proxy triggers, because we are making like no money per round right now. Not gonna be able to clear that straight away. I'm gonna have to go back to where the hive is and then survive here for a little bit. And again, build up enough jetpack to cross this, and then we're out of here. There's a hive down there. I stepped in the fire on the way up. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Now, there we go. We got level 2 proxy. There's Poison Cloud as well, so we at least get to see that as well before this run ends. Oh, so it's a poison version of the flamethrower, it looked like, because it's flames encircling the jumper. I mean, poison encircling the jumper, rather. And we're not making the jump the other way, so I absolutely have to go back the way I came. Just make the jump better this time. Yeah, we're not really getting to see the proximity thing get used as a mine much because there's always something near me for them to throw the mine directly at. And it may even be that the chivalrous arms aren't even in a specific spot. They may be like random spawn somewhere. Or it may be, like I said the first time, a more involved mechanic has to happen. Like you need to do a certain set of steps, etc. I don't know which way that goes for that. There we go, we've just got fart gas circling us now. Like, one would almost think that these doors have something to do with getting the chivalrous arms, but they don't seem to have any interaction. So, I don't know. But I feel like I've walked a decent chunk of the map so far and I've not seen it, so I am suspicious. I unfortunately don't have a big map to pull up to check the truth of what I'm saying. I just have my spatial awareness to work off of here, which is questionable at times. It's a very similar corner, but I don't think it's the same corner we went into before. Oh, wait. Nope, this box doesn't seem to actually exist. That would have been a perfect place to hide something, in just a box in a corner over here. But it doesn't seem like that's one we can actually interact with. Or I'm looking right at what I needed to touch and I don't know what to do with it. Equally possible is blowing it up didn't work, so... Okay, right, that's a utility item. Oh hey, proximity trigger upgrade. Oh yeah, that's right, we have 5 options. I completely forgot we have 5 options now. Because it didn't show an arrow to indicate that, so I didn't even think about that. So there could have been good things hidden off the edge of the screen that entire time. Rip. Yeah, because all of those computers are just potential places for one of the events to trigger, so I don't think that has anything to do with what we need. Need for the chivalrous arms. May as well blow this hive up for fun. He would say if he was actually succeeding in blowing up the hive. Come on. There we go. That was not worth it, but you know what? It was fun. And we're dead because I thought I could jump before he would fire, but... bleh. So these new weapons are neat. Prepper Jumper's neat, and we definitely didn't find the chivalrous arms. I'll probably find those in my own time, because that's probably gonna be a lot of poking corners and wandering around. But I'm curious to see what those are, because the icon looks like an arrow, and I'm wondering if you just get like a weird bow and arrow, which would be pretty funny. I also feel like it may very well be a reference to something, you know, that I'm not recognizing. I'm just quickly scanning my list to see who's doing what, and then we'll figure out where we're going. Oh yeah, and I didn't draw attention to it, but as you might have noticed, I have 2 working arms now on this model instead of just the one. I finally got around to rigging the other arm. The rig is like 90% complete now. He needs a bit of a touch up on the neck still, I'd say, but it's serviceable. The weirdness to the hand movement is 90% just tracking, not actually the rigging. The joys of indecision. Oh yeah, as you might expect, schedule coming up is tomorrow is going to be Lethal Company, as it has become basically predictable at this point, I would say. Monday should be returning to Lunar Nights, as long as nothing with jury duty and all that gets in the way. The entire upcoming week is dependent on that, of course. I will know tonight, as usual, how that's going, so keep an eye on social media bullshit everywhere, as per the usual on that one. Yeah, Tuesday might end up being just more Lunar Nights to finish it off. It depends on if I get asked to do anything before the week continues. Thursday I'll just probably pull something out randomly. I don't think we'll start Aliens Infestation at that point. We'll probably just pull one of the pile of things that I have stacked up waiting to be played. Friday is hit or miss. We'll see what happens with that, and I wouldn't be surprised if next Saturday ends up being Lethal Company again, considering a lot of people are very busy this month between school and family visits and things like that all happening this month. So getting everybody together for the 7 Days to Die server has been complicated. In no way blaming anyone on that note, just to be clear. It's September. September is a busy month for a lot of people a lot of the time. I anticipated there being issues of that type at some point. I honestly, in hindsight, probably should have went about starting something like that earlier in the year, but 7 Days to Die 1.0 happened at the time it did. There was no two ways about that one. So, you know, that's just one of those things. Really wasn't any way to go around that one. I would raid one of the people I played with last night, but I've already raided her decently recently, so I don't really want to do so frequent a raid there. I'm trying to be better for about spreading the love further. But brain is being stupid, as brain is frequently wont to do. So this is taking too goddamn long. Honestly, with it being a tired no-brain day, there is a world in which I just say, no, we're not going anywhere, but I want to do this, so I need to convince myself to do this. Yeah, you know what, we'll go over there. It's been a little bit, and she's playing something very chill, so that should work out just fine. There we go. Pardon? Yeah, that's what I thought. It has been more than 30 days. Yeah, we'll go see Kit Kat. She's playing Little Gator Game, which, for those unaware, just a nice little 3D platformer that came out not too awful long ago at this point. I think it might have been last year at the latest at this point. It's either last year or early this year. I don't remember which anymore. But yeah. We've already talked schedule and everything, so I'm not gonna roll back through that too much. Actually, she might be wrapping up. She's been going for 3.5. It's fine. Short raid will be okay. It's either that or I sit there and indecisive my way into not clicking anything, and then we get nowhere fast anyway. But yeah, thank you all for taking the time to be here as usual. We already talked schedule. I'm rambling and looping right now. Good night, everybody. I'm just gonna cut that before I lose my damn mind. Bye!